and they'll begin. Starting in 3, 2, 1, go. First thing you'll notice, definitely no randomizer. We're going to be moving a lot slower for our travel speed as well as the battle animations. Alright, so it's going to be rapiers for everybody. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. What really hurts Thieves, though, is their armor situation. So they're going to drop down from that lovely chainmail armor down to this wood armor. And wood armor, only 4 defense, is not enough to really resist even the very early game monsters. So you're going to take a lot more damage with a group like this than you would with fighters or red mages or really anybody that is otherwise useful. We'll of course not need to check out the magic shops for this team here. I was thinking, do I want to get a tent? I'm going to save my money for right now in case things go horribly wrong. And head out in search of adventure. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is probably hang out north of town for a lot of this so that we can get a chance at some wolves and grimps to get a little bit faster experience than the plain imp fights. Most of the time, though, around Canaria, you're going to go after plain imps. Everything south of town is those imp battles. Once you get north of town, then you're in a slightly different zone that can have a few other monsters mixed in, although most of the encounters still are imps, until you get pretty close to Temple of Fiends. 7 experience. We got, like, a lot of battles to get ready. I like to be at least level 2 for Garland. Every character class gets a very large bonus to their hit points at level 2. And after that, there's a lot more separation. But that's your guaranteed first strong level up. Thieves are actually pretty good on hit points through like level 10 or so. And it's not until they get into the teens that they really slow down in terms of their value. So you actually have a little bit of time where you're doing decently. They'll actually have better hit points at the start of the game than a black belt will. And they beat out red mages, white mages, of course black mages who have the worst hit points are always going to be behind. But then as you get into the teens and into the 20s, the thieves start falling back. The black belts will crush them in every conceivable way. And the thief hit points will they'll kind of converge back down to the red mages or white mages, where they can pretty quickly get over 400, but pushing over 500 or 600 takes a really long time. What level am I expecting for Astos? I am expecting a miracle. I mean, there's really 2 ways you can deal with Astos, and we're going to pretty much time Astos based on when we get an opportunity to get an additional attack per round. That's really the big thing about the setup for it is the only way you're damaging Astos at any conceivable level is going to be to have a critical hit. And so the more chances that you get at criticals, the better. You'll also get slightly better at magic defense, which does make a difference. Magic defense hopefully will save you from the rubs. It probably won't save you from a lot of fire 2s and lit 2s, although it can allow you to get around to later in Astos' spell cycle. But he's got so many things. Slow just being one of the ones that's going to really mess with you. But it's tough if you don't get him very quickly to ever get him. Like, if he loops around, you're probably in just as bad shape as if you were nowhere even close to being able to get it done. Thieves have the best hair. They definitely have the bluest hair. I will give them credit for that. They are extremely blue. I think the Thief overworld sprite is not too bad. Like, this is maybe their best attribute, besides in the randomizer their cowardice, which does not work in the original version of the game. So many of the things that was supposed to be thief advantages are non-functioning. It's like running away. No difference between thieves and other character classes. Are they able to get critical hits? No. Once again, no difference. That is due to the coding for weapons being bugged. They have a table of values that was supposed to be used for what the critical hit rate of each weapon was, and instead they used the index of the table. So the first weapon has a 0.5% chance, the second weapon has a 1% chance, the third weapon has a 1.5% chance, and so on. Which means basically every endgame weapon is almost equal in terms of their critical hit rates. And so you combine that with their, well, I wouldn't say inability to run, because the way running is broken, it actually is easier than it should have been for everybody, besides the thief. So they just lost their advantage. But nobody is experiencing a disadvantage in that situation. And you can tell, it really was not designed for you to take characters past the mid-game without class change, especially thieves. Because they simply have nothing in terms of gear, like, it just stops. It's like, I kinda wanna get some more money. We got some grimps, so why not do the fights? But then I also know that this team is probably not going to live very long in these grim situations. And so I should be careful about what we are encountering on the way up to Temple of Fiends. Which, by the way, let's go ahead, grab a tent. Couple of heal potions. We shouldn't run into anything poisonous. I'd like to be able to throw some heals during the Garland fight if we have some obstacles, and I think level 2 is probably the correct level to be doing Garland at, so we're gonna head up there and see what happens. What armor do they have in the late game? Mage armor. Like, after wood armor, it's bracelets. Silver bracelet, gold bracelet, opal bracelet. So they're the same as red, white, or black mages in terms of their defense in that regard. It's pretty sad. No helmets. No advanced shields without class changing to ninja. Like, almost everything about them really depends on that ninja upgrade in order to get anything that they can reasonably use. Hey there, Pyromaniac. Thank you very much for resubscribing back for 16 months of our 4 Thief playthrough. It's hard to imagine that we've been going this long, but indeed, the Thieves are in fact that terrible. Thank you again for the support, and PP Pew Poo. Thank you much as well for resubscribing back for 4 months. Hope you're having a wonderful time here, and hopefully, unlike Dan, you can dodge something! I kind of feel like I'd rather just have Dan attack. The odds of him getting targeted again. It's a 1 in 8 chance of Dan being the targeted Garland here. And so I'd rather just have his turn get used normally and see if we can power through this Garland fight with extra actions per round. Of course Dan goes down. Well, it wouldn't be an adventure without a Dan death at the last second on the Garland fight. Toasted Zergling, thank you very much. for resubscribing back for 20 months, and I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful time here. And Catalina Wine Mixer, thank you very much for those bits. We will definitely put those bits towards the Melmond Relief Fund. Melmond, I'm pretty sure we are not going to see it today, but it indeed needs a whole heck of a lot of relief. Thank you again. From the king, 1 bridge and 1 musical instrument have been acquired. We'll get Dan revived this time, and then we will head over to our new town. One of our major problems is going to be cash early on, so we probably want to try and squeeze out a Kaizoku battle, as those are the most lucrative monsters. Also kind of tempted to grab a pair of gloves, but you know what? I bet with some pluck and determination, also with maybe 70 experience points, we can likely take the pirates out. Hey there, Nemo2342. Must we revive Dan? Unfortunately, it is a rule that we must have 4 thieves. It's also that we'll put your bits towards the Melmond Relief Fund. Melmond, until it's so thoroughly on fire that we can see it no longer, it will need even more fiery relief. And Luckies, thank you very much as well for those bits. We'll put those to the Thief Relief Fund. Thieves, there's no relief from the relenting horror of the 4 thieves. I think we'll be able to do this in, let's see, the last time we did it with class change, I think it was like 16 hours? A lot of it depends on how that pre-Astos section goes. Again, for doing it with class change, once you get ninja'd, it is an entirely different game. Doing this without class change is where the true madness lies. Would a 3-thief party be faster? It really depends on where you are in terms of the game. So, for the Astos fight, which is your big roadblock, having more thieves just gives you more chances at criticals, and that's the important factor. You need to have as many critical opportunities as you can get in order for it to have any chance of success. After Astos, it changes a lot. Now, you still want to have multiple characters so that you can get the ability to not get stun-locked as easily. You know, you can deal with instant death or other skills that monsters may have. But going down to a smaller number of characters will let you get levels faster, and at the end of the game, when you have 3 ribbons and somebody that's going to get left out, that 4th person probably is not going to be all that helpful, especially as a thief. So ninja, you'd at least have fire and ice resistance, so maybe you could do a little bit more in those circumstances. Come on, serve, dodge. Give me some dodges. There we go, we got a couple. Very good start to our Bicky fight here. Should have no problem taking these pirates out at level 2 here now. It's a little bit worried. They can do up to about 10 damage or so. They could easily gang up on somebody and take them out in 1 round, but we got a very good opening round. So this is looking like an easy success. When do the AoE items start showing up? When you go to Ordeals, that's when you get your first AoE item, potentially the Zeus Gauntlet. It is a very, very long ways away. For now, though, we've got a Bicky down. This is all vanilla, extremely vanilla. Including the vanillest gloves that you ever did see. We'll get gloves for everybody. I would like to also get caps, and you could upgrade the Thieves to copper bracelets if you're feeling particularly saucy for additional ability to do some damage without getting as many hits in return, but... See, do I want to get... In terms of weapons, the scimitar versus saber question. Here's the deal. The scimitar has higher accuracy, and so you get additional attacks per round sooner, and attacks per round are really what's going to drive the Astos battle. Saber gets you more damage because it's got a higher base amount. So I think what we're going to end up doing, well, I mean, obviously we're going to get both in the long run, but I think what we're going to end up doing is seeing if we can grab enough cash for the weapon upgrades as quickly as we can. We've got our lovely gloves, so now we got 5 defense instead of 4. And I think we would like to start with trying some Kaizokus. I would want to have a solo Kaizoku maybe at first. It's a tough situation. But we'll see how many Kaizokus that we get here. 5 Kaizokus? I don't think so. That's not gonna work. Yeah, we're gonna get both Shainzel, but you have to pick which one you're going to have at any one time, and for what your strategy is. And at the start of the game, you've got a problem with both not being able to hit things and also not being able to do damage. So you need to have something good that you can work out here. I don't think 4 Kaizokus is gonna be good, but let's at least give it a try before resetting. See if we can do some damage here. Okay, nope. Less than 4, I bet we can do. I think 3 Kaizokus may be reasonable. 1 Kaizoku definitely is good. We make 70 gold profit on this. Higher crit rate is going to be on the saber, I believe. That one should be listed later, since it is at Elfland instead of Provoca. There's Dan's level 3. We are short of being able to get an additional scimitar here, so let me just do the save. And get some more Kaizoku cash. Dan's level up, though, definitely helps. The Thieves getting their second strong level up here at level 3. Again, the Thief has actually pretty good HP growth. Up through level 10. It is a sneakily, actually not too bad Thief aspect. That if you can get to that level, then you'll flatten out a lot, and you'll be very sad. But at least you can get there and have decent HP growth along the way. Our Agamas invertebrates, these are the things that we learn from the Agama Research Society P. It is always a joy and honor to be blessed with their knowledge. There's our second scimitar. Even though I don't have enough accuracy to bump up my attacks per round with the scimitars quite yet, we're just so struggling to hit things that having the higher accuracy weapon is better than the higher damage weapon at the current time. Hey there, Runeseeker, welcome in. Hope you're gonna have a wonderful, wonderful night together with us. And Gandalf Lundgren, welcome in as well. It's gonna be an 11-part adventure. Shouldn't be 11 parts. I will still be doing Final Fantasy VII tomorrow, so we're only gonna have a half night of our Thieves. But I think 3.5 nights probably should cover it. Next will be our third scimitar after this. At that point, I think we'll be able to much more readily deal with the larger Kaizoku packs. Good evening. We have returned to buy another scimitar in layaway. Hey there, Koopas4. Thank you very much for resubscribing back for 14 months. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful time here. Scimitar 3 acquired. Yeah, Final Fantasy VII is on the PlayStation version. We are currently, I won't say quite halfway through Disc 2, but getting well into Disc 2 now. We have just gotten our airship after the escape from Junon. And that's where Final Fantasy VII really opens up for the first time after a long stretch of linear traveling. Suddenly you get to actually choose where you're going and what to tackle for your side quest. There's a little taste of that at the end of Disc 1, but then they take it away immediately. Hey there, Pony11, welcome in. And I hope you enjoy our 4th Thief adventure together. I can assure you, it will be long and painful. Hey, Disco Superfly, welcome in as well. Alright, so we need 2 more Kaizokus for our last scimitar, then we can start getting our cap fund. And once we've got our caps, at that point, we're going to see if we can start taking on ogres. Now, the difference before and after is very, very small. You get 1 whopping point of defense for those caps and for those gloves. You go from 4 to 6, and that's as good as it's going to get. Until you can beat Astos, there is no way to get the Thief over 6 defense. Offense, that will improve with time. You'll get those occasional strength points. You'll get the very, very slow accuracy bonus to get your additional attacks per round. And then once we're in the teens, Astos should become doable. And especially with 4 Thieves. It's not quite as critical for what their level is, as long as they have just recently hit an additional attack per round, then you're not going to have much of a difference for a really long time on the bonus. Thief versus a pack of wizards. Wizards are probably not going to be as bad as Astos, to be honest. Simply because they don't have as much physical absorb, so they go down more quickly. Now they do hit very hard, and we will definitely want to have only 2 wizards show up. But we can almost certainly do the wizards at a lower level. Then we can deal with Astos. And so what you pretty much want to do is wait until you have fairly good confidence that you'll be able to win on Astos, and then you do Marsh Game at that point. Because doing it before then is just making things more difficult for yourself than necessary. There we go. So we can do a 4-pack, although Serve was slightly mangled in the process. There has been some definite improvement here. Yeah, we got a ways to go for level 4. So much slower than the randomizer for leveling. That's the biggest thing the randomizer really speeds you through, is those first couple of levels in order to be able to grab anything, whether it be getting your gear for money or for having enough stats to be able to deal with the encounters. Those first levels that are the most painful by far. Hey there, Startup Tim, welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day here. We've got our 4th Thief adventure underway. Currently working on grabbing enough cash to be able to pick up all of my caps. Since Elflane's got a more expensive inn than Provoca, I don't want to go down there until I actually have all of my cap cash for one fell swoop. And Elfland, also home of the Sabers and, if we are interested, the copper bracelets. Do ninjas get anything? Ninjas actually are a very large improvement over Thieves. They're still the worst character class relative to the other class change characters. And some people, I would say many people, would argue that a class change thief, i.e. the ninja, is worse than several of the unclass change characters. Like, they're probably worse than fighters, red mages, and black belts, definitely. I don't know if I would necessarily say that a ninja is worse than a black mage or a white mage, but it would be like a toss-up, and that's kind of sad. But the ninjas get a couple things. They get a lot more armor and a whole lot more weapons for access. They get the fast spell, which is extremely good for the late game. Having fast as well as a decent weapon allows you to take on Kraken, Tiamat, do Temple of Fiends without extreme amounts of pain. The 4 Thieves, the difficulty actually goes down for a while, but then at the very end, Temple of Fiends, it spikes up again dramatically. And you don't necessarily have to Bane Sword Chaos, but you probably want to at least give it a shot, considering that there is not much a lot of your thief team is going to be doing in that battle. 4 ninjas can have a lot more straightforward tactics in terms of, you know, fasting a Mazbun, swinging away, and not really worrying as much about Cure 4 timing, or, you know, what happens if you get slowed during the Chaos fight, or what happens if he's got one person knocked out. You'll actually have the ability to spread your damage around a bit. Like, you'll have somebody on a fasted Sun Sword, a fasted defense sword, a fasted katana, along with your fasted Mazmune. Like, there is a big drop down, but you're at least not doing 0 damage. Four ninjas faster than 4 white wizards. I don't know. I think 4 white wizards could beat the game. Possibly before you would be able to get ninjas class changed. Certainly once they class change, like if they were racing, 4 ninjas versus 4 white wizards head to head, from the point of class change, I think the ninjas would win. But that's kind of ignoring how much more overhead there is getting to that point. Like the 4 white mages can take advantage of the harm spells and grind Peninsula power really early. And that gets them through Astos. They can use the Ruse spell to like survive a lot of attacks on things like the wizards. They can get through this big stretch of undead monsters, the Earth Cave, ordeals, a lot of the difficult stuff in the Ice Cave. Like, there's a big stretch where they just are like perfectly matched up versus the monsters, and that allows them to go really fast during that portion. And I think the thieves just don't have those advantages. Okay, 37 more experience. Dan needs a little bit more because he was dead on Garland. He was too busy napping to collect his rewards. We'll at least get level 4 on most of our team here, and a decent amount of cash. Let's see if we can do 5 Kaizokus. Should be getting close to being feasible. And once we are done with getting Kaizoku cash, then probably we'll be in a position to switch over to the ogres quite quickly. That first round was so bad, I don't think we're gonna win that. Recycle him. Hey, Sandball, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day here. Want to see a 2 red mage run, Tim? 2 red mages would be quite quick. Like, solo red mage is actually not too bad. It's the last of the solo character classes that isn't, like, ridiculously hard. Like, solo fighter and solo black belt are both pretty straightforward. Solo red mage just needs a little bit of help trying to get through some of the tricky parts because they don't quite have enough survivability and enough offensive output to make it through things easily, but they're not too bad. And if you had 2 red mages, then I think the additional actions per round would really simplify a lot of the problems that you normally see with red mages in the late game. Like, you'd be able to get your defense up fast enough to hopefully dodge a lot of the physical attacks. You'd be able to heal while also attacking, so you wouldn't lose momentum going after the boss monsters. And a lot of the reason that some of those endgame bosses are tricky is because speed is essential. You don't move fast enough, they're going to loop around, they're going to just do so much damage that you don't have enough healing in Temple of Fiends to make it through. Hey, Lennox Mint, welcome in. How's it going so far? Well, we've got 4 thieves. That's about how it's going. We're gonna pick up the Rune Wear Sword. So the Wear Sword and the Giant Sword are not usable by thieves. They can only use the Rune Coral and Dragon Swords, which sadly are your 3 best weapons prior to the Mazmune. And since there's only 3 of those, the 4th person is even worse off, because they don't even get one of those. They just get like a falchion or a silver knife. It's really, really bad. Okay, Dan still needs 32 experience. We'll see if we can get that along the way. I would like to run down to Elfland, spend all my cash in one gigantic blaze of glory. And then come back to Provoca for the trip to grab all of my XP on lots and lots of ogre battling. Four-way mages, I think, is just so much easier than four thieves. Four-way mages is kind of relaxing. Like, you can settle into a nice groove for working on their levels in the late game, and they get through a lot of the tough stuff. I did four white mages, no class change. It was not bad at all. I mean, yeah, you lose Cure 4, you lose Life 2, but you still have Life 1, you still have Heal 3 and Heal 2, which work tremendously well for keeping your team alive. Plenty of Cure 3s, like, there's lots of stuff that they can take advantage of. The ability to just revive is so big in this game. Alright, things to pick up. We're gonna grab our caps. Up to a whopping 6 defense now for the team. Copper Bracelet is a side grade, like, doesn't increase your defense, but it does slightly improve your evasion rate. And eventually the Thieves are not gonna really have much to spend money on, so we'll probably end up buying Copper Bracelets for everybody, just to very slightly improve our chances. But a more important thing right now is to get our sabers here as our second weapon. Looks like we can afford 2 of those. And in terms of stats, you see right now we are 14 damage, 21% hit rate. With the saber, 17, 16. So you get a little bit more base attack power. But that accuracy bonus, that is what the critical one is. Every 32 points of accuracy, you'll get an additional attack per round. So you will need to switch back and forth depending on how close you are to that bonus. Whenever you're less than 5 points away, you got the scimitars on. And then you can switch back to sabers once you are over the threshold. But as small as that damage bonus is, it does make a difference. Like anything that you're able to damage break, straight up you're going to be doing 3 additional damage right now. Actually, on average, 4.5 additional damage. Not too bad there. Two fighters and 2 mages. Yeah, under 3.5 hours is not too hard with that. Like the marathon safe route, 2 fighters and 2 red mages can get 3.5 hours pretty easily. And that's doing not a lot of extremely intricate things. Like, a lot of planning goes into the marathon safe route, but execution-wise, you can hit it pretty much every time, and with a very, very high chance. Be around that mark. And if you want to get more extreme, doing planning towards, any percent style routes, you'd be doing 2 fighters, 2 mages somewhere pretty close to that 3-hour mark that you see for a lot of the other similar parties. Just that the 4-character party takes a little bit longer to do the leveling in Gurgur Volcano, so you spend a couple extra minutes there. And in exchange, you do get some safety for that, so it's not like there is no return, like you'll have a much, much higher chance of success post-Gurgur. Like, Temple of Fiends gets better. but you do spend extra time getting to that point. If you've never played this game, what makes the Thief so bad? Well, there's a lot of things. First off is everything that was supposed to be good about the Thief is broken. They're supposed to be good at running away, but turns out they don't run any better than any other character class. They're supposed to be good at getting critical hits, but again, because of a bug, it turns out they don't get critical hits better than any other character class. But they get a little bit worse, since they don't have as many very late game weapons, so they kind of fall behind the fighter and black belt by a substantial margin. And early game, they basically have no gear, no way of bypassing enemy defenses, no way of really healing, no way of dealing with large encounters, and that means pretty much anything that's a boss is going to be a big roadblock. Also, they can't really level very quickly, so they don't have a way to just kind of power through the start of the game. That makes them very, very slow to get started, and in the late game, their gear is still going to be pretty bad, although better once they can class change. And so all around, you've got the weakest of pretty much every dimension for your characters. Whether it's offense, defense, utility, they're at like the lowest value of all 6 of the character classes. Does hit percent do anything besides number of attacks? Well, it's also your percentage chance of hitting things. And usually in this game, your hit percent is high enough, especially in the mid to late game, that it's kind of irrelevant. Like, once you get to the point where you're at, a 95% hit rate, you're good to go. Like, you don't really care about going to 150%. But in the early game, it's a very noticeable factor. Like, the difference between 16 and 21% hit rate, it's not just a little bit closer to my next attack per round, it's also that you can see how often we're missing on these Kaizokus. And these are things that are not that hard to hit. So having an additional, 5% chance to be really good on those. Are Thief bugs retained or fixed in the remakes? The Thief bugs are pretty much all fixed. So running got harder for the other character classes. It didn't really change how the Thieves worked, but it did make other character classes significantly worse at running, especially later on in the game. They fixed the critical hit rates, and again, that mostly made the other character classes worse, because they're supposed to be something that the Thieves were particularly good at. And there was some tweaking that was done. And one of the things the Thieves got was they actually start with a very large bonus to their accuracy. So in the remakes, if you play the GBA version, you'll see that the Thieves start at level 1 with 2 attacks per round. That's because they got a gigantic bonus to their starting accuracy score, high enough to get them already over that 32% threshold with a plain old rapier. That's a pretty significant bonus, but it does dull over time. So by the time you're in the late game, you're not going to really notice it as much. And they also nerfed some of the other character classes, like the Red Mage in the remakes has a lot less hit points. So the Thief stands out more as a not great character, but doesn't have nearly as big of a gap with the other character classes as before. Can the Thieves wear steel armor? No. If they could wear steel armor, they would actually be improved. And what does it mean that they don't run any better? Well, in the original version of the game, if you hit level 15, then pretty much every character class in slots 1 and 2 of your party is going to run pretty close to 100%. It's going to be about 95% for your first 2 characters, about 50% for your third character, and slot 4 never really gets above about 10%, but your first 2 characters are very, very good at running, regardless of character class. And the remakes, the Thieves can still be very good at running, and the slots no longer make a difference, but it takes them much longer than level 15 to be able to run away from a lot of stuff. And so they're a little bit worse, and everybody else is really, really worse, because they're going to take even longer. I write everything for Final Fantasy? Yes. Pretty much everything for Final Fantasy is stuff that I developed. There have been other people that have done fantasy games on speedruns. Fiesel did fantasy with Final Fantasy as well. Darkwing Duck did fantasy with Dragon Warrior, both many years ago, but they were pretty much largely manually done. And so Final Fantasy was the first time that something like that was automated, which makes a big difference for like the complexity of things that you can do in those games. 1, 2, and 5 are all great remakes. I definitely like 1 and 2 remake-wise. Like, they needed the most help because the menuing system was really bad. The graphics were pretty clunky. Like, there's lots of things that could get improved. 4, 5, and 6 didn't benefit as much from the remakes in general. And that's simply because going from like a Super Nintendo game to Game Boy Advance, there's less room for improvement in terms of technology. But GBA 5 was the most accessible version of 5 for the English audience for a long time. You could get the PlayStation version, but that had not the greatest load times. And so I think a lot of people that didn't have 4 and 6 may have picked them up as a result for GBA, but especially 5 was a good entry point into the game for a lot of people for that reason. For Thieves, who gets the Mazmune? Pretty much based on stats. So you could pick the person that's got the highest strength bonus, and they'll probably be the one that takes it. And the nice thing is, if somebody dies on the way, you have a spare. Ninjas also cannot use steel armor. Like, there's only so much improvement that a character class can get. That's just asking too much, Bad Road. Just be lucky they can use shields. Like, that alone is a gigantic increase in their defense scores. Don't like the spray changes in 6. I mean, if you want painful spray changes, the Steam version of 6 is really, really bad. I was very disappointed that the Steam version basically is taking the mobile phone port of the Super Nintendo Final Fantasies, shovels it out there for a couple bucks, and really did a very bad job of continuing to give people access to those games. They at least did much more quality work with like 7, 8, and 9. And I know some people were like upset that you didn't get like full upscale conversions and things, but they actually made a bunch of improvements to those releases on Steam. Hey there, Lemon Kitsune, welcome in. And what level can we do ogres at? So I am getting cash right now in Beyond Chaos so that I can buy gear. So I want to get sabers on everybody. I would like to get probably starting to get copper bracelets. But in theory, we should be able to start doing ogres pretty soon. And once we switch to them, we'll get levels faster, which is going to be a really big thing. We want to get our party a couple levels in so they get more hit points, as well as getting closer to more attacks per round. Like, 1 ogre is worth the same as slightly more than 3 Kaisuku's worth of experience. So you definitely notice like they're much more productive when it comes to that, but they're also a lot more damaging. and just dual wield. I think it would have been neat, like having a trade-off between do you want to have a shield versus do you want to have more damage. If it added the weapons together, I think would be really interesting. If it was just two separate weapons, it's not nearly as good because of the way that the damage formula works in Final Fantasy. Like, you have to be able to pierce through a monster's defense, and having two weak weapons, as a result, is not really that great of an option. But certainly if it combined two, so like you could take a weapon, two copies of it, and be, twice as much damage, versus having a little bit less defense, I would totally be for that. Go ahead and grab our first copper bracelet. Again, it doesn't increase my defense at all, but it does increase my evasion rate by a very tiny amount. And since we don't really have much else to spend our money on, might as well grab those. To the Provoke-a-mobile. Now we got all of our sabers in place. I'm gonna start trying some ogres here. And the nice thing with the Provoca area is there's a whole bunch of different zone lines that all come together in this one spot, which allows you to kind of pick and choose. You can bounce back and forth between different areas of the game, which, because they've got different encounter lists, gives you a really high chance of being able to pick out some good encounter. And we use this a lot in speedruns in order to be very productive, like getting battles one after another. It's not as important here with the Thieves, but it does mean that I can get, instead of like a 1 in 6 chance of fighting ogres, a more or less decent stream of seeing them. Only problem is you have to survive the fights, and a lot of the areas you want to go to are away from Provoca a little bit, so unless you can kind of chain them together, they don't get nearly as good of a hit rate as, fighters would. Just having like the armor makes a huge difference. Hey Tress, getting levels at this point is the painful part. Yeah, that's the thing about Thieves, is they don't have a lot of things that they can realistically hunt. So they are forced to very, very slowly improve over time. And it really takes a while before they can get to the point where they can defeat Astos. And on the other side of Astos, suddenly you get a big upgrade of all kinds of weapons and armor that you previously didn't have access to. That's when they get their next really big jump in capabilities. Do they have 4 Thieves or 5 Edwards? I mean, a certain amount. Adding more simply can't make things worse. Like, there is a limit to how much sucking one team can have. Is Edward strong at high levels? Not really. Edward doesn't have many options for damage dealing and doesn't have great stats, so there's nothing you can really do to improve him. Also, the hide skill is really terrible, but when you compare it to Thieves, I think the important thing to remember is that the Thieves have no value whatsoever. Ooh, we got Devil Ogre. I'm hoping for singles in all these fights. Also hoping that we can get lots and lots of criticals. Ogres with 100 health are going to be pretty big piles of hit points to grind through. See, we're hitting right around the 8 damage range. And that's when we hit. There's a lot of misses in here as well. There we go, one ogre down. Julie, come on. Stay alive, Julie. We're gonna be class to ninjas. Yeah, we probably will, just because I want to make it be only about 3.5 days worth of time that we do our thieves. We've got a couple of other activities prior to Final Fantasy Season 11 starting. So we can't spend all the time with the thieves together, as much as I am sure everyone would love to have as much thief, if not more, than physically possible. At some point, we will have to draw a line. Nice, I'll take a first strike, and I will say thank you to Bubablio, who is back for 2 months. Oh, thank you very much for resubscribing there, and hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful time tonight. I'm gonna do a solo thief. I've done all of the other character classes solo without class change. And the thief is the one that probably doesn't fit easily into my schedule enough to be able to realistically do. But I have done fighter, black belt, red mage, white mage, and black mage, all without class change solo. The mages are the ones that are definitely very much harder, and thief is its own special kind of pain solo. Thief's probably the only one that you have to Bane Sword Chaos to realistically have a chance. Nice, level 5 for some of them. I'm sure the rest of the team will get there eventually. Yeah, manipulating the level ups on those solo runs is a big part of what makes it very challenging. This game does not have multiple save files, so if you want to take a level up, there's no take backs. Like, you get one that's kind of goodish, but you have to decide, are you going to live with that forever, or are you going to give it up forever? And not all level up combinations are possible for your stats, so you don't even know what a perfect level up looks like. And that really makes it tough to decide, like, after 50 tries at level up, you get something that's kind of okay. Do you sit with it, or do you roll it again? Because it might be another 50 or 100 tries before you see even that same one a second time. Four fighters versus 4 black belts. So, if you actually have to keep everybody alive, then I would probably recommend the fighters. The fighters start off faster than the black belts, definitely. But the black belts, if you can drop down to a smaller party, will get really powerful really fast. Whereas the fighters kind of tail off towards the end, and they can beat chaos without getting to super high levels. So maybe it doesn't actually ever really become much of an issue. But they're a little bit more front loaded in terms of their value. Yeah, the intelligence stat is totally non-functional in the NES version. Does nothing for any character class. Okay, there's the rest of you. I don't feel like Grogers are a reasonable possibility. We're going to stay up here for our next ogre battle. Best party of 4 people. I mean, I definitely recommend for a casual playthrough. You want to have a fighter. You want to have at least 2 mages. And you can either do like a white mage, black mage combo and get variety, or you can do like double red mage, but just mix up 2 mages in there. And what you do for the last character is pretty flexible. Like, you could have a second fighter, you could have a third mage, you could throw in a character that's not very good, although I would recommend staying away from Thieves. But really what you do with your 4th character is actually not that important at the end of the day. 'Cause for one thing, this game is kind of tilted towards 3 characters. Like, you only have 3 ribbons. There's a limit to how much gear you're going to have access to. And certainly on the offensive side, it's pretty much 1, maybe 2 people on offense in a lot of stretches for it. So those additional characters do not do as much as you'd expect once you're out of the early game. In the early game, every character is very important for contributing value. What was intelligence supposed to do? In the remakes, the function of intelligence is that it will increase spell damage. But in Dungeons & Dragons, which is where all the game mechanics for Final Fantasy came from, intelligence is used to determine how many spells you can memorize. And so I could possibly see it as a bonus factor to your spells per day, or to like the number of spell slots you have to learn unique spells in. Either of those would kind of have made sense, but I think it worked out better having spells per day just tied purely to level and character class. Because at the end of the day, that's kind of how intelligence works anyway. Like, you have a very rigid progression for the most part, and the character classes that are not spellcasters don't really care about spells per day or things that they can memorize. If stats are random, is it worth resetting to maximize level gains? For like solo challenges, yes. For white mage and black mage especially. For red mage, maybe a little bit. Fighter and black belt are strong enough that even with bad rolls, at level 50 they can win the game solo. But like a white mage level 50 needs every point of strength and all the vitality you can get. Like, you cannot slack on those level ups at all, or else you're going to be significantly worse off than if you actually min and maxed all of those rolls. How about Fighter 3 Red Mage? Yeah, Fighter 3 Red Mage is actually pretty good. The speedrun for the PlayStation version is Fighter and 3 Red Mages. And you could do a pretty similar thing for GB and PSP as well. I do White Mage as one of the 3 mages on those platforms just because you have a very long chaos battle and the healing helps. But Fighter and 3 Red Mages would do very well on like almost any version of the game. Red Mage is probably the best character class, with Fighter a close second, pre-level 25. So they do really, really well in almost every combination. Fighter, Black Belt, White Mage, Black Mage. Yeah. I mean, you got the Fighter, you got the 2 mages, and you can have fun with the Black Belt. They're gonna be terrible for at least 12 levels. But the Black Belt eventually gets really good. And so, as you take them up and you get towards the mid to late game, they'll start becoming a really useful member of the party. And they're never going to really be superstars until like the high 20s, but they'll at least hold their own. And you can have some fun with them. Hey Zealous, Vanilla 4 Thieves, it is indeed a 4 Thief extravaganza here tonight. Think about, should I do the iguana? Probably don't really need to bother with the thieves. So we'll just skip the battle. Keep on with our ogre fighting. The ogres actually go down really well. Like, I'm kind of surprised how quickly we were able to take on double ogres. Those sabers made a very large difference to the amount of damage that we're doing per round. Going from like 20 to 30 damage. I guess it's 2 rounds less per ogre, so that is a large amount improvement. Speedrunning to 50. I mean, there's a couple things that we do typically for a lot of the speedruns that are reasonably easy to emulate. In the mid-game, you got the Agama Zagurga Volcano. And that'll give you a pretty good push up to about, maybe like level 20 or so, is when they kind of peter off. And once you're past that, you know, depending on your characters, you're looking at a couple things. You've got the mummy fights in Waterfall, which is a pack of Wiz Mummy, Mummy, Perilous Concockatrice, although it's mostly Mummy and Wiz Mummy. You've got some of the monsters in Mirage Tower, like guards and vampires. I've been thinking maybe you could do the Sea Shrine Pile of Pain, which is a trap tile, in vanilla as well, but certainly the classic ones are the Mummy Fight or Mirage Tower. And then, if you've got the ability to exit out of Temple of Fiends, there's some good, or even better fights in there, like the Chimeras, the Zombies, and other big packs of monsters. But you're kind of looking for fights that you can have a reasonable number of targets so that you're not kind of forced to just burn AoEs continuously, but still get you like a nice healthy amount of experience points per encounter. And you're looking mainly for trap tiles, so you don't have to do a whole lot of walking around in between every single fight. For Black Mages, now I would probably say if you want to get just like anybody to 50 the fastest, it's going to be dominated actually by your early game times, because almost everybody that's a decent character class, i.e. not the Thieves, is going to have the ability to take on some late game encounter. And the more hours it takes you to get to the late game, the less competitive you're going to be if you're going to like race versus other character combinations. Like, so much of this is just one big roadblock early can be a much more significant difference than anything else that you can do over the entire rest of the run. Like Astos versus the Thieves. That one fight is 50% of the entire run for like all of the investment and time that goes into it. And those are things just like, well, that's going to determine like how that particular path goes down. And almost everybody's got some type of roadblock that they need to figure out, whether it's like leveling speed or whether it's a particular boss fight or a particular dungeon. But usually there's that like one limiting factor. And characters that can get to the end game, so they have all the options open at one time, they're the ones that are going to be, in general, the best position to do any particular path through. As a result for it. 8-Bit Crusher, thank you very much for resubscribing back for 16 months. And I hope you enjoy many more awesome times in the future as well. Any metal slime equivalents? There's a lot of monsters that are worth good amounts of experience. There's nobody that's like super ridiculous other than Wormek, and Wormek hunting is not really practical because he's not frequent enough or easy enough to really do until you get so high level that it's kind of pointless anyway to worry about experience growth. But technically Wormek's like one of the fights that would be really great to grind if you have the capability to do so. Alright, shopping time. Let's go ahead and grab enough supplies for another trip through. Final Fantasy difficulty is front-loaded. There's a couple of tough things in the start of the game, but they actually do a pretty reasonable job of making it progressive for the difficulty level overall, like in terms of like dungeon complexity especially. They start off really simple. They give you easy ways to make sure that you can take a couple cracks at the dungeons, that there's not a lot of dead ends to worry about, not a lot of really long, extensive sections. Like Marsh Cave has a very easy exploration path because from the entrance, like everything's like not too far away. And contrast that to something like, you know, Gurgur Volcano, where you walk through 17 miles of lava to get down to one of the sections. It's a really different experience overall. Hey, Rusty Balloon Knot, thank you much for those bits. We will definitely be putting those bits towards the Melmond Relief Fund. Melmond, I'm pretty sure that's where the Four Thief idea came from, and it needs a whole heck of a lot of relief here. You may recognize this sequence of ogre fights from a lot of speedruns. It's basically how most parties are going to get through, like that level 4 through 7 range. Oh, it is very much possible if you've got mages to push things quite a lot faster. And that's one of the big things that really makes a difference with some of the teams, is just how quickly you can dispose of the stretch and move on to places like Earth Cave, where you're going to get a lot more experience per battle, and you get more interesting tools to work with, because you'll have 2 additional towns worth of shops. How are we doing on our levels? 184 to go. So we should be 1 level up pretty soon on the whole team. And still a ways before we have our additional attack per round. Again, we talked about this earlier, but the Thieves' lack of weaponry is really troubling. In the early game, they've got Scimitar and Saber, which Scimitar is slightly better accuracy, Saber is slightly better attack power. And you kind of go back and forth, depending on whether or not the Scimitar gets you a bonus attack or not. Which, as you get closer to a multiple of 32% accuracy, for 2 levels, the Scimitar will swap back in and then the Saber will swap in again, once you get past that little hump. What sort of things does the Agama Research Society research? Primarily Agamas. I know it's a shock, but nearly 93% of their research is Agama derived. Does the Agama Research Society enjoy its work? One of the greatest things in life is, of course, researching agamas, but the second greatest thing is running agama petting zoos, which is how they raise a lot of their funds. I'm presuming that they have a blast. Alright, level 6 there. Let's see how we look on stats. So 1820. It would be 1525 with the scimitars right now. Fix the thieves! Not even Melmotte is fully to blame for the thief situation. They're largely to blame, but not fully. Do a quick check of some of our damage rolls to see if we could reasonably take on Grogers, and it looks like we haven't moved much in terms of the base damage that these thieves can do with a saber. You can see a couple of high rolls, which are probably about 5 or 6 points higher than when we started. But the Groger has a very large jump up in terms of their absorb rating, and so while you get a little bit more experience for fighting them, because they'd be so much harder to damage. Right now, our thieves would be doing in the 3 to 8 damage range against them. That's just not fast enough to get reasonable fighting in. There's Serv's level. All right, so everybody should be level 6 now. Hey, Stratagamo. Yeah, we're gonna do 4 thieves over a couple days. I would not recommend 4 thieves in a single sitting unless you have constant medical attention trying to keep you alive. It's not it's outrageously long, but it is incredibly painful every single step of the way. And for us here, our plan is to do probably about 4 days. Well, one of them is a half day because we've got Final Fantasy 7 tomorrow for the second half of the stream. But 3.5 days for the playthrough. And we should reasonably be able to break up 4 thieves into 3.5 sessions. How are we doing overall? 2,500 cash. It's actually less than I was expecting. We have put a lot of money, though, into tents and heals. So I think we'll continue doing until we can get a decent collection of usable items. You notice that I'm not buying any pure potions yet because we're manipulating away all of the poisonous monsters. We don't actually need pures until we want to go into the marsh cave. And at that point, there's just too many of them to be able to realistically dodge all those fights. But by not having to worry about pures, you just can save a ton of money compared to taking random encounters. Also, the poisonous monsters are not that good for experience. The game relatively undervalues how much more pain the monsters do in Poison Touch deals, especially when the fights last a little bit longer, so that you're almost guaranteed to have one, if not more than one person poisoned every single battle. Is it super important to class change as early as possible? Well, certainly the earlier you can class change, the better, but in theory, as long as you class change by level 42, you will have no lasting harm to your party. Lasting harm to your sanity, yes. To the party, no. They'll get everything maxed out for the ninjas. As long as you class change at no later than level 42. So much like the Lily, we're gonna not do any level min-maxing Neapolitan. You can do it a little bit with the Thieves to improve your hit point totals, but I don't really think it's necessary. Like, we can choose one of our Thieves to kind of discard and be the person that doesn't get the ribbon. So if we have one person we can knock out, you know, we can take the worst of our hit point totals out of the pool and slightly improve our average that way. But at level 50, 4 Thieves, or 4 ninjas more specifically, are going to be easily able to take the game to successful conclusion. We're doing Marsh on a step route, so it's really always on a step route. Like, the reason I can get all these ogre fights is because I know, based on the number of steps that I've taken in the zone that I'm standing in, what encounter that I'm going to get. So I'm going to make sure that when I go through Marsh Cave, I'll at least have a reasonable set of fights. I'll probably do something similar to the Marsh Cave for the Marathon Safe route, which doesn't have a whole lot of risk from the bonings. I think it has 2 potential bonings, but they're always single crawl, so you can probably get away from them. 80%'s got more dangerous version of the encounter. We can get 2 crawls instead of 1. That's a lot easier to get stun locked in. Yeah, with 4 characters, you just have so many more actions per round, which is the biggest thing. Like, move economy is a very, very big benefit in this game. Being able to attack, buff, increase your defense, and heal all at the same time is so much better than what a single character has. That survivability-wise, it totally changes how the game plays. Like, you don't have to be able to tank a whole bunch of hits because you can actually dodge them, or you can heal up if somebody gets hit. And that really, really alters the style of play that you get. If we agreed this to a 3-thief run, well, I promised that we'd have 4 thieves. And whenever I've done the 4 character challenges, it's always intentionally kept all 4 characters alive, even though that's not optimal. Pretty much every one of these groups dropping down to 3 characters is better, because they'll level up faster and you only have 3 ribbons anyway. So the 4th character is unlikely to be particularly good at surviving to the end. But for the fans, I will keep everybody here. I wouldn't want to make someone feel bad for their thief having done particularly more poorly than average. This 5 Riddias is the best party ever. Well, certainly not nearly as good as 7 Riddias would be. Or perhaps 8. Hey, I'm Brad. Thank you very much for resubscribing there. Good at surviving. You will need your survival skills to be at their maximum to survive this 4 Thief adventure. And thank you very much for the continued support. Okay, 863 to go on those. Looks like we get about 1 level up per every ogre loop and a half or so. And that should continue for a little while until we have the ogres fast enough that we're not really struggling to one-round them anymore. You can see we're getting just a little bit short of 100 damage on a lot of these ogres. So we could really speed that up if we get to just have a couple more points of damage per round. I think that'll probably happen once we have our second attack, but maybe slightly before. Hey there, Bailey V. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy our 4 Thief adventure. This is not the first time we've done 4 Thieves, so I do have some idea of what to expect. I've done 4 Thieves with class change as well as without class change. And certainly it's so much more enjoyable with class change because you hit that moment when you switch over to ninjas, and it's almost like having characters. It is such a marvelous relief once you get class changed that you can actually enjoy the rest of the game a bit. Whereas 4 Thieves all the way to the end, oh boy does it. It hurt a lot at the final stretch. Temple of Fiends with 4 Thieves not class changed. It's just absolutely brutal. Can name all the Agamos after date in some way. The number of Agamos that we will face probably is not going to be tremendously high. I mean, this party, because they're going to class change at a relatively high level compared to a lot of groups, may not really need significant Agama time. I'm trying to think how much value it's going to be. Actually, that's not quite true. They're going to need to get probably Agamaed through their spell levels, just to get a couple casts of a few spells to make grinding more effective. Either that or they're going to need to quickly grab the Mage Staff and Light Axes and things so that we can take on the waterfall battle. I haven't quite decided what I want to do for the late game experience work quite yet. Whether to do the waterfall trap tile. You don't have warp, unfortunately. Warp is 5th tier. And ninjas max out at 4th tier for their spell slots. But with something like Mage Staff, Thor Hammer, Zeus Gauntlet, Light Axe, you can one-round that waterfall fight consistently. And so probably the limitation on your resources is just how long can you survive. Hey Shorty, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening, or at least you were, before you saw that we were playing 4 Thieves on Final Fantasy here. We will have one heck of an adventure to get these thieves successfully to the credits. Thankfully, I will not be doing it in one sitting, otherwise it may cause fatalities in the audience. Do I use Peninsula Power? For this team, it doesn't really help that much, because they don't have a way of either killing the monsters quickly, which if you have a white mage, red mage, black mage, you've got some way of doing zombies very fast. Or, particularly with white mages, if you can use the ruse spell and dodge everything, you can use that to grind as well. Thieves just don't have a way of tackling something like a double giant fight or a zombie fight until after they get past Astos. And if they can get past Astos, then, well, not quite a straight shot to class change. They should be prioritizing that more so than trying to get additional levels. How's that run going? Well, we've got very fast Garland and Bicky. Like, no real problems as expected. Then you get the Astos section. And this is nearly one half of the entire run, is getting from Bicky to Astos. And the reason being, Astos has tremendous amounts of physical defense. And Thieves have no way of bypassing physical defense. They have not really good ways of leveling. And as a result, Astos is just such this big roadblock. Now, once you get past him, the difficulty of the game actually doesn't increase for a while. And so you have a very long stretch that you can kind of power through right away and almost quickly get to the point where you have a fairly good chance of kind of slipping through enough dungeons to make class change realistic. You really have to do Ordeals and Ice Cave. And Ordeals, very, very short. You can get lucky and sneak through at really low levels. Ice Cave, it's harder to get lucky on, just because there's a couple fights that are fairly stiff in terms of, like, you either have the gear or you have the levels or you don't get past, but you can also kind of put a couple attempts at getting through there, and that's all you really need for class change to happen. And once you get the ninjas, it's a totally different experience. Hey Link Logan, this is definitely a party to make you question your choices. Pretty much all of your choices had to have been wrong to have gotten to this point in time. Hippopotamus, welcome in. We will indeed have many ninjas. The very first time I did this, I did it with class change. It's like, okay, this was bad, but it wasn't that bad. And then I did it without class change, and it was like, alright, that was really bad. So I think this time around we will definitely be doing it with class change and having our ninjas. Without class change, it seems like it's going to be okay for a while. And you get to Temple of Fiends, and even at level 50, it is not okay. It is not okay at all. When I question my choices with 4 Edwards. 4 Edwards. So here's the interesting thing. When you first get Edward, he's actually not that far below the rest of the party. And especially if you're doing like a speedrun strat, you can get him a Dancing Dagger. Edward actually does pretty good for a few levels. It's just that he's got no future. Like, there's 0 growth potential over time for him. But it just makes you kind of dread everything. Or if you don't have the Dancing Dagger, then yeah, Edward is pretty bad, but compared to like most people at low levels, you know, everybody is kind of bad at the start. The Thieves, on the other hand, not only are going to start really bad, they're going to stay really bad. And they're going to get worse and worse with every passing level. Edward's stack growth is insane after level 60. That's something they put in for the randomizer. One of the things that Final Fantasy IV had was there's a bunch of characters that you are not expected to have in the late game that just simply don't have any stat growth after a certain point. And so, like, leveling up Yang or Sid actually turns out they just don't do anything. So it's something they had to add to the randomizer to make them be worthwhile characters. But I'm glad they did. It means that you can have a lot more interesting parties than what they originally started with for the base idea. Well, we're hoping to get before fighting Astos as many as possible. We use the attacks per round as our main guide, because Astos is going to be all about critical hits. Whenever we increase our attacks per round, it's a huge difference for potential success rate. And that's going to be every 32% evade, or every 30% hit rate, which is, it's a lot. The Thieves do not get a lot of hit rate per round, or per level increase, so we're going to see if they can do it as early as possible, but it's probably going to hurt a bit. Now, I might wait to have the additional attack plus the saber, which I believe is 2 extra levels, but I'll be pretty impatient at that point. Like, if we have really a chance of getting past Astos, then I would go for it. Hey there, BDJFP, you have missed the most impressive part of 4 Thieves. They actually seem semi-competent at the beginning of the game. And then it's all downhill from there. Hey, gaming at the edge of the world, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here as we work on our 4th Thief Challenge run. Our big task right now is to get our Thieves Sim levels. We got a little bit more gear to work on. This should be enough money now for outfitting everybody with copper bracelets. Give you that very, very slight benefit to the evasion rates. I mean, even if it's a 1% better chance of dodging monsters. That is something that could make or break your experience when you get to the Marsh Cave Wizard fight, where you're walking around, traveling through some of the dungeons. Those small bits can be extremely important. Nice, level 7 starting here. Even Dan gets level 7. How generous of our ogres today. Let's see, level 7's gonna be 20% hit rate, so we got 27% with the scimitar right now. So we need 3 more levels to get our second attack per round. So that is looking reasonably well. Alright. We got our last one leveled up here. Then we will head to Elfland and do some more shopping. Hey there, Catherine. The thieves are trying as hard as they can, okay? They're attempting to do their best, and while their best may not be good enough, or even good in the slightest, at least they are trying. Hey, Big LIP. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the good wishes there. We've been having a wonderful, wonderful night tonight. And we're ready to watch 4 Thieves get rocked. Right, item-wise, 23, 22, so we're doing fine and still on tents and heals. So we can definitely do a run over to Elfland here really fast. Let's grab the rest of our copper bracelets. Before these out of the way, we're going to do class change. I've done it both ways before. With and without class change. And with class change, it's just so much more fun. Because you're not agonizing through Temple of Fiends at the end. Before class change, though, obviously it's the identical experience. That's where 4 Thieves really hurts the most. We can grab this ogre fight. Why not get a bonus ogre here? That was 83 damage. Actually getting pretty close. I was hoping level 7 would be enough to get more or less over the top for one-rounding our ogres. But looking like we would need to have 2 more strength points to make it happen. And by that point, you've got your second attack per round. So probably what'll put you over is the 8 attacks with a scimitar versus 4 attacks with a saber. Alright, weapons are done. Let's grab the last of our armor pieces. I really wish you could get some better armor. Like, if you could get a silver bracelet prior to Marsh Cave, it would just be immensely better for this team. Go from copper to silver is going to be plus 11 defense. That's especially big for all of the monsters that hit you multiple times per round. So right now we're sitting at 6. And being up at 17 would make a huge, huge dent in what we need to deal with per turn. Now, it wouldn't really help Astos that much, because he's not a physical attacker. But definitely a benefit to have just less overall work required to get to him. Alright, that's looking better. We're getting not quite good at running, but we're in a little bit of the knee of the curve where you go from being absolutely terrible at running and getting lots and lots of can't runs per successful attempt to, again, the first 2 characters can be much better than the other 2, but you can almost feel like you've got a shot of getting a 1-turn run in a lot of circumstances. If I can get over here in time. That kind of works. Discovered something good about Thieves. Unfortunately, Lemon Keats tonight, they do need to buy the silver bracelet from Melmond. There's 1 silver bracelet in the Marsh Cave. But the rest of the team needs them as well. And so, unfortunately, the Melmond economy will be sorely enriched by our Thieves this game. Can Thief equip a silver sword? Well, Demoff, a silver sword's a good item, so no, the Thief cannot equip a silver sword. It's a really easy rule of thumb to remember what they can use. I'm actually trying to think about a little for the mid-game, what we do need to buy. So I got the silver bracelets, and I think we've always had enough cash that by the time that we can get there, it is not difficult to just afford to buy all 4 silver bracelets in one shot. But I think that we can get airship access fast enough that we don't yet have enough money for the gold bracelets and pro rings, which those are pretty expensive items. The money sink of the late game is buying those, plus the bottle for entrance into Kraken's dungeon. So at some point I'll have to worry about money again. And I don't remember if how I did it was collecting like all of the night gear and selling it, or if I actually just got enough from the Thief leveling. I think I had to collect a lot of the night gear and sell it. Which is also what you can do to get the silver bracelets really easily. Is you have, in addition to the 3 swords the Thieves can use, the Wear Sword and a couple of its friends, like the silver armor, are pretty easy to pick up. And those, unfortunately, you do not get any value out of. So steel armor, a good item. Look, bad road. Just because an item is terrible doesn't mean the Thieves also can't use it. Sometimes they will fail at failing so well that, like Dan, their failure could be, in some ways, your success. Alright, Shooting. Have a good night. Thank you very much for dropping by. Can you buy Silver Bracelet at Crystal Lake? Sadly, no. Silver Bracelet is only available at Melmond. The weird thing about the weapons situation is that you can get a silver sword at Elfland. And the best sword at Melmond, the longsword, is actually worse than the silver sword. And you can get silver sword again at Crescent Lake. But usually there is never a repeat or in any way like a drop down otherwise in the progression of items. Like that's just like a weird kind of bump where Melmond particularly sucks compared to its neighbors. How do I know which formations are coming up, even though this is so different than a speedrun route? Because every time you power cycle the console, which is turning it completely off and on again, it'll start from a known state at the beginning. So you can see what I'm doing is actually doing like 15 or so battles, then power cycling. And I can repeat that process as many times as I want to. Which is essentially until our thieves are strong enough to be able to beat Astos. Because until then, there's nothing really better than ogres that we'll be able to fight. Like you have very, very limited choices in the inner sea area. And while there's a couple of oddball areas like Peninsula Power, unfortunately the thieves are not strong enough to be able to take on those more advanced monsters. And so you're kind of stuck at this level of monster value for a really long time. If you could actually beat a giant or a zombie reliably, you definitely want to do Peninsula Power to speed things up. Fourth is worse than any of the solo character challenges. It's worse than solo fighter and solo black belt, I think. Certainly it's worse than solo fighter. Solo black belt starts off pretty rough, but I think overall is more fun. And then Four Thieves, I would say Four Thieves was more fun than solo red mage. That was the first solo character where the thieves would be a less painful alternative. Problem with solo red mage bad road is the red mage doesn't get a lot of damage output at higher levels, and so you kind of need to get a little bit more strength and HP than they naturally get. And that's what makes them extra work. Fighter and black belt, you don't have to care at all. Like, you just get up to level 50, and solo, you're gonna be fine. Even if you get some bad rolls every now and then on your levels, it's not gonna make any difference. Solo red mage, it's gonna make a bit of a difference, and I would say to a large extent, that's really what you feel, is the fact that you have to care about your level ups. Instead of just, taking whatever experience you get and being happy to keep moving forward, you have to, like, really kind of fish through and be like, is 3 hit points enough to keep this, or do I have to reset and do it again? How are 4 white mages better? Yeah, the harm spell, which they can get at level, well, they can get harm 1 at level 1, and harm 2 at level 5. That's enough to kill zombies. So, it's really painful getting to level 5. Although, if you want to, you can cast Ruse a bunch, and even a white mage can hammer down the ogres pretty easily. So you've got Peninsula Power for fast leveling. You can Ruse and mute Astos, which means that getting past this really big roadblock, actually not that hard. And then you get a big stretch of more undead fights, like the Earth Cave's all undead. Ordeals is basically all undead. Ice Cave is mostly all undead. And you just kind of blitz through really, really quickly. But the white mages eventually pay for it. Like, when it comes time to get to the late game. they're gonna slow down just like the Thieves had to, and really work to get those late game levels. Their hit points are gonna really slow down, and they need some help. Like if you have class change, you can exit out. Like there's a really nice optimization, which is to go grab the Masmune, exit out, and then go back a second time and save all your spell charges because you can just chop up the enemies really, really fast. That's what I found to be like the most effective and easy way of 4 white wizards dealing with things. 4 white mages, because they don't have the fade spell, and they don't have the exit spell, they're kind of much more committed to Temple of Fiends. They have to do more work prior to doing that dive. Did I have 4 white mages or did I do classes? I've done both. I've done all of these parties, 4 of a kind without class change, and then a bunch with class change. The only ones I have not done with class change are the Masters, because class change actually is counterproductive for black belts. And I'm not sure if I bothered to do... No, I think I did 4 nights. I was gonna say I wasn't sure if I actually did 4 nights, but I'm pretty sure we did those. Four white mages is Masmune, and then people doing chip damage with like the Thor hammer, mage staff, and black shirt. If you get really desperate, you can do the Bane sword, but you can actually do enough damage with 4 white mages to be able to kill them, especially even if you didn't really super optimize your strength along the way. Just pick out which one is the strongest, and you'll get a couple extra points of damage. And hope that he doesn't speed through the spells too quickly. Like, you want to wait for the Cure 4, try and blitz 2000, and stay alive in the meantime. Yeah, the Fear spell, because bosses have a really high morale score, needs to hit multiple times. And since hitting them with Fear is just as hard as hitting them with, you know, Brack or Bane or any other instant death, means that it's more of a joke demonstration than anything else. Because if you can hit them with that, then you can instant kill them and not have to deal with them getting to the point where they can actually run away. Now, if it didn't take 4 hits, and it was like 1 hit to get him to run, it'd be kind of a different story. But they have given the bosses enough morale that it's pretty far away from what is possible for your levels to get to. So, unfortunately, no joy with those. and get slowly and slowly better versus the ogres. We're about 700 away from our next level up. We'll see how much of a difference it ends up making. I still think that the 2 attacks per round is going to be the more significant one overall for making things interesting. And I'll see whether it's 2 or 3 levels past that for switching back to the sabers. Versus the wizards. 2 attack sabers may be your best option. Versus asters, I'm not sure if saber and scimitar make a huge difference. Feel really bad for the other characters. I mean, if they didn't want to be stuck without anything besides Thief Dan to console them, they shouldn't have tried so hard in Season 10 to win. It is entirely their fault that they're in these circumstances now. We do 4 Thieves with no resets. I mean, no resets would just be a very laborious exercise, because you can see that we're not really in danger of dying here. Once we got a couple levels, so that we're not going to be at risk of being critical by the ogres. It's more a matter of kind of planning things out at that point. And you could be, figuring out, like, how many things do you have to skip over in order to get the fights that you need. Because you can certainly run away from all of the non-poisonous monsters pretty easily. And kind of circulate around until you have enough reasonable encounters to keep going. But just take a really, really long time. Does really a class change? I don't really think that Final Fantasy IV has like the same class change concept. This is something that they more or less dropped, other than in kind of the Tactics series, is like hard notion of classes for a long time. When they first went to doing more story-driven games, where it was, not freeform about, make any party you want, and we'll just kind of guide you through the dungeons, and you can experience them the same way, regardless of your character class combinations, which is more or less how 1, 2, and 3 functioned. When they actually went into the story-driven ones, they went and made things pretty rigid for like, this is this character's role in the story. And for story reasons, they need to do these things, they need to have these capabilities, and so they were much more putting you on a predetermined path of, this is what this person does. And eventually they kind of figured out how do you tell stories without forcing people to have characters built a certain way. But that was kind of their transition plan, was getting to that point by making things so that the the character decisions were kind of pre-chosen, and as a result, you had a lot less flexibility in who you decided to play the game with. Alright, restock time. Wow, we've got a lot of cash now. We can finally get our dream of 100 pure potions. If only we could carry more than 99. And finally follow that advice in the Nintendo Power Strategy Guide. Till you've got 99 pure potions, you can't go to Marsh Cave. Yeah, 12 is about where it picked up with being more freeform again. Like, to some extent. With things like the sphere grid of 10. You could go and unlock a whole bunch of new parts of the grid and take people off into areas that were meant for other characters, but you were pretty rigidly locked in. And then 12 and 13 are where they kind of went back to giving you a lot more flexibility. Like, I think even for 12 to some extent, because you had the unlock mechanics of, you know, getting skills in a particular arrangement for each of the characters, it didn't feel like it was truly freeform. But you definitely had a lot more, like, flexibility from the beginning instead of Sphere Grid, which was, you've got two choices, and they're both the same thing. Yeah, I was starting to remember when 12 got freeform. It felt like that was locked in for a while. It's pretty much the same as 10 in terms of, like, you get the unlocked spheres maybe like 2/3 of the way through the game. 13 actually felt like it was pretty early that you could unlock, and while you have people that are kind of predisposed to doing certain things, you pretty much have like 3 paths that you go down, and you can kind of choose like which order you're doing for all of your characters on those 3 paths. Do you like the expert sphere grid? I mean, I think from a story perspective, the original sphere grid was something that I thought was actually pretty well built. Like, I kind of enjoyed how Final Fantasy X's mechanics worked. Like, you're looking forward to getting a particular ability, and you can kind of see how it's this many steps ahead, and you kind of watch as you get closer and closer to it, and you can come up with all kinds of ideas about how you want to grow your characters over time. And the Expert Sphere Grid kind of took that away. Like, even though you got like lots of flexibility, it's like you can do almost anything you want, and it doesn't have as much of that like anticipation that I think the original Sphere Grid had. I think Final Fantasy X did not get enough credit when it came out for the improvements that it made, because it was a pretty bold idea for a lot of the things that they did, like in terms of, you know, getting rid of the active time battle system, which they had used for 6 games at that point. That could have easily turned into a really big flop if people were like unhappy with that pressure element getting removed. And the fact that the Sphere Grid was very different than their previous advancement mechanics also could have been something that really aggravated a lot of people for kind of the style of gameplay. And I think that they saw that, because like in Final Fantasy VIII, there was a pretty big outcry of how it didn't feel like a Final Fantasy game. And the 9 went super hard into the classical themes. That's why 9 has the 4 fiends and Garland as enemies that you fight at the end of the game. But 10 was returning to kind of those experimental roots for a little bit. You like the non-active time battle of 10? I like the non-active time battle of 10, except I really don't like quick hit. I think quick hit kind of trivializes the entire like ordering process for it, because it just gets so many attacks that it completely breaks the turn order mechanics. But I kind of like the concept of you can kind of think about what you're doing. People have a lot more of a rhythm in terms of, you know, how often their turns come up and how long these moves take in order to do another action once it's done. And so it kind of forces you to pick strategies based on, you know, can you realistically fit in this big long summon? Or do you have to do something that's, you know, less potent but shorter in order to be able to get a second attack in when you need it? Yeah, Tactics has got some similarities in terms of, like, the queue for moves and the order of things, but I don't think Tactics ever really had much of an influence over the main series. Like, if Tactics had been more influential, I would have expected them to make more games in the series. Like, Tactics just completely disappeared. And we got a very small handful of sequels on portable systems. It was really, really, for a long time, kind of expected, like, where is the sequel to Final Fantasy Tactics? And it just never really came out, so they must not have thought it was going to be particularly successful. And why would they base, like, the other series on those? Because, like, storyline, they did use the same environment for Tactics in Final Fantasy 12. But it was like mechanics are like the big difference between those styles. Tactics stands on its own. I mean, it has to. Like, there's no real other comparison ones to kind of put up against it. But yeah, I think it's, for a lot of people that were not big fans of the main series games, something that was more likely to be their favorite. And so I think it was interesting from that perspective, but just like the other side series, like, you know, the Saga games or the Mana games, like, ultimately they kind of picked which ones they want to invest in more. And as soon as you have a couple of bad ones in a row for any of these series, like, they're going to die off because they just don't put more resources into making the really top tier game that'll let it continue on. Whereas if you have a flop in the main series, like, you know, Final Fantasy VIII not getting good reception, they're gonna keep making more, so they get kind of a free pass for problems with design. I really didn't want to stay down here for the Gogurt. Mistakes were made. Hey, Detested Hunter, welcome in. Yeah, 4 Thieves is going to be certainly an adventure. I'll do this over a couple nights because I don't want anyone in the audience to die, but fortunately, we have done this a few times before, and the number of casualties was kept in like the double digits. You bought Tactics because you heard Cloud was in a Paper Punch. I think a guest appearance by Cloud was a brilliant move for them. And at the same time, Cloud was so terrible in that game. He was moderately hard to get. And just a really, really awful guest character. Like, you had so many characters in Tactics that were ridiculously overpowered. And then you had Cloud, who was kind of a joke to add to your team. But still, a lot of people talked about it. You love picking classes for your characters. Yeah, that's something that they unfortunately didn't really support all that well for a lot of the games in the series. And it seems like a general trend in JRPGs in general that they weren't really going to emphasize personalization as much as Western RPGs did. I do feel like there's a lot of room for improvement in having more games where you have kind of that ability to tell your own story, as opposed to just kind of reading the book that the game developers want to write for you. But it's really, really tough to make things work like that. Like, just like the ability to have meaningful choice, given the limitations for content and for testing. You see, like, it's very, very rare that they don't just kind of railroad you down one path, regardless of what you pick or what you choose or how you design your characters. Eventually you have to, like, get to the end of the game. Nice, level 8. Everybody's getting level 8. Okay, so 24 hit, which means we got 29 with the scimitar. So we have to be level 10 for the second attack. So we got a little bit more time. Do want to make sure I keep track of how we're doing there. Also see, are we strong enough to one-round an ogre yet? Will level 8 make the difference? It's starting to get noticeable for the damage improvement. Not enough to one-round things, but enough that we're very rarely seeing 10s and below for the damage rolls here on these ogres. When we started, I think 8 was like our most common value for an attack. So that has notably changed. Hey, Kefka Time, welcome in. And thank you much for the good wishes there. Hope you're having a wonderful night here. Does resetting increase the chance of the ogre? So, it's not chance-based. The way this game works is that there is a table. Well, there's a couple tables. There's a table that tells you how many steps are there going to be until the next encounter happens. And then every zone has a table which says, based on the number of encounters that have taken place in this zone, this is the next monster that's going to appear there. And so you can use those things together. That if you know how many steps you've taken, and you know how many encounters you've had, and you know what zone you're standing in, then you can force the result to be a certain encounter. And once you get past the point where you can reasonably track those things out, you can hard power cycle the console. Basically turn it off and on again. It'll reset those tables back to 0. And you can repeat those patterns as much as you want. That's how a lot of the speedrunning of this works. Is for things like any percent or categories we can reset, you'll kind of have these short pathways through, figuring out all of the encounters that you want to take. And for the single segment route, well, since you can't reset, it's from the very beginning of the game all the way until chaos. Every single step has to be kind of planned out, so that you know exactly what's going to happen all the way through the entire run. And that's why single segment is so nerve-wracking for walking around, because any one single misstep might be unrecoverable. Sometimes you can get back onto track, like if there is extra steps built into some area that you're skipping anyway, or if you have alternate pathways that end up being the same number of steps to take. But there's also plenty of steps that if you get one step wrong, the entire run is dead. Like here, we've seen 3 battles so far. And then I'm walking all the way over to this zone here, and these 2 squares, if you imagine the overall covered with perfect squares, these 2 squares are part of a bigger grid where the 4th encounter is going to be an ogre. And every time you turn the console on, if you take the same steps walking around, and then walk to these 2 squares, and get the 4th encounter there, you'll get an ogre every time. And the 5th encounter here sucks, but in this zone, just to the right of it, 5th encounter is an ogre. And the 6th encounter is an ogre, and the 7th encounter would be a Groger, which we don't really want, so we go to the north, the 7th encounter is an ogre, and you can just keep doing these type of patterns. And there's a nice grouping for like the first 15 or 20 fights, and then after that, there's like this big gap where there's no good fights for a while, and that's when you power cycle to avoid having to skip through a whole bunch of battles to get back to a good spot. Hey there, Avon Chaos, welcome in. I hope you are prepared for our 4th Thief extravaganza. We're gonna go into many ogre times in order to have the levels that we need to be taking on the Marsh Cave and Astos. Gonna do class change? Yeah, we'll probably do class change. It saves me 4 to 6 hours, which allows me to do it in 1 fewer nights. I would like to have this this playthrough in basically 3.5 sessions, so we can still have our Final Fantasy VII night for a half day tomorrow. And then 3 nights to wrap it up by the weekend. 46 hours. That would be more than enough to get through there. I think the last time we did 4 ninjas, it was somewhere between 14 and 16 hours. And 4 Thieves, no class change, was like 19 hours. Does class change make it easy? At the end of the day, Dr. Amy, you still have ninjas on your team. Nothing is going to be easy, but it'll make it a lot easier, since you get something before the Masmune. Like, you'll be able to reasonably attack Lich and Carrie and Kraken and Tiamat without having to scrape together tiny, tiny amounts of damage together. I mean, part of the thing that makes 4 Thieves so terrible is that Temple of Fiends strip. Like, they can surprisingly do well. In Sea Shrine and Sky Castle, you probably wouldn't want to kill Warbeck with 4 Thieves, but Kraken and Tiamat, because you got so many sources of lightning and you got the Bane Sword, you can take those 2 bosses out. But Temple of Fiends, you don't have enough healing to make it through there, even at level 50, comfortably. So you have to really kind of scrounge together in order to make it through that stretch, whereas ninjas don't need to do as much scrounging. They can survive with their damage output, having fast and better weapons for a large chunk of it. Also better armor, which makes a big difference. Take a lot less damage from physicals. Person without the ribbon doesn't have to worry about fire, ice damage as much. Those make a pretty substantial reduction in the number of heal potions required. Eventual minimum level we're going to be looking at for the end of the game. I don't know how much of a difference it makes once you're in the 40s to go up to level 50. Like, around level 44 ninjas should be pretty much set for everything they need to do. It's going to depend a little bit on when do we get class change, because we need to get at least 9 levels after class change in order to be able to get all of our spell slots done. I don't see a reason not to get the spell slot situation taken care of. But I imagine like a bigger factor is just going to be like, how much endgame grind do we want to do? And is it worth it for those last couple incremental levels when you're not really getting a lot of hit points and you're not really getting a lot of guaranteed stat bonuses, like no really big jumps in your strength score or anything like that, means that those last couple levels are fairly low value. Fast works vanilla, yes. Fast works, temper does not, saber does not, but fast and slow. There's a pretty simple mechanic. It just has a multiplier whose value is 0, 1, or 2. Fast making it higher, slow making it lower. So fortunately that functions correctly. If you didn't have fast, it would be a whole lot more challenging to take KS out with characters under level 20. The speedruns typically are fighting KS level 16, 17, 18 in that range. And even with a fighter with a Masmune, you probably want to have fast on top of that to give you a realistic chance of doing well in those battles. Yeah, fast would have been really obvious if it didn't work. Same thing with slow. Because you can very quickly count the number of attacks per round. I think the things that are broken tend to be modifiers that are within the variance of how the game works. Like, there's a gigantic range for all the abilities. Like, a spell will do 1x to 2x, and if a critical is going to do another 2x, so really 1x to 4x for its damage range. So how would you know if you had like a 10% bonus, whether or not that 10% bonus would be working? Like, you couldn't see something that small from easy inspection because the natural range is so big. And physical attacks are actually bigger than a 1x to 4x range because the armor gets subtracted straight off, so you can do 1 damage or you could do 1,000 damage on a roll, with almost every result in between functioning. So can you tell if somebody is tempered and they have like a 7% higher damage value? Like, you wouldn't be able to see it. Fast, though, it displays how many attacks you had. So it's like, alright, you had 4 attacks, now you have 8 attacks. It's working. JPEG, thank you very much for resubscribing. Back for 11 months of mathematical investigations. Also, the Chiliagamus, aka the Iguanas. I hope you enjoy each and every one, and thank you very much for the continued support there. Acorn doesn't actually seem too bad now. I've been skipping the one iguana fight I could take in the middle of all those ogres. An iguana, it's like 75% of the experience of an ogre and way less money, so it definitely has lower value. But could be fast enough to be a reasonable fight. Alright, another cycle down. There's not much you can do in those first 3 battles. So I take the boat to get 2 of them a little bit faster for the number of steps required. Well, when you initially get here, the first 3 battles are really good, because that's all your Kaizoku cash. But in terms of experience, there's not a lot of good fights there. The one exception is we got a white mage, and it can harm some geists. Alright, it's about 1600 to level 9. So that's probably about 4,000 in total we need to level 10. Roughly 100 ogres away. I think it's 80 ogres. Sounds a lot better when it's not 100. The last time I did this, I don't remember if I tried Astos at level 10. Probably wait until level 12, which I think is going to be a more reasonable level to do it at. But I think level 10 would be possible, if you got some good luck. You can maybe do enough damage with your criticals to make it happen. Instead, if you're gonna get really crazy, you could conceivably switch from grinding ogres to grinding wizards, which I definitely would not recommend under any circumstances. It would certainly make the encounters happen a lot faster. Hey there, E-Ninja, welcome in. We do indeed have all the thieves. In fact, we have more than all the thieves. This many thieves is definitely illegal. I think Bad Road, the conventional wisdom says that while -4 thieves would be the ideal amount, -2 thieves is an acceptable quantity. Dan may have misheard that statement. and has done something very terrible for us tonight. Hey, Greffery, welcome in. I hope your evening has been going well here. Our evening has been going thievishly. We've gotten through the early bosses, are currently engaged in our ogre battling. And once we hit level 10, possibly, we'll be able to try Marsh Cave and Astos. I think I'll definitely make level 10 be my ogre battling split. We need to spend more time ogre battling then. We will charge those amounts to the Astos split, just to keep them separate for the encountering. Alright, let's see how the iguana does in here. Rather than skipping it, that is 3/4 of an ogre. I will take the battle. We have not yet even begun to get under duress, Greffery. It's going to get far worse for our team here. Thankfully, I will be using class change, so it will get better after a certain point. That point being whenever the game is over. It's all uphill after the chaos battle is done. Alright, 81 damage. We're still hovering right in that vicinity of 80 damage, which means that we need about 6 attacks to take an ogre down. Oh, this game is all ogre now. We've got all the ogres and also more ogres. More ogres than you can shake a stick at. I think we got one more iguana here on the way back. Yes, things are looking up for Team Thief. Let's do a quick check on our experience totals. So 939, so we got about a little bit more than one loop for level 9. And one more chance at that point to see if we are ready to one-shot ogres or not. What would I think about making class change an item? If I was going to do any change to class change for Final Fantasy, it would be to have 4 individual class changes so that you could be like strategic about how many of them do you want to try and find, how many do you need, and which characters are going to be the priority for getting class changed, as opposed to it's a one-shot deal for the entire team. I think that would be a really interesting mechanic to kind of break it up into several individual ones. Scimitars at level 10, yes. At level 10 we'll have enough accuracy that scimitars will get us 2 attacks per round. And that'll be a big deal for a little while. And then 2 levels after that we switch back to sabers, so it's kind of short-lived. But it's still nice. Four tails to turn, yeah, like, however many the number of tails it is. Like, you might even have less than all of your characters. Or you might have more than 4 tails so that you can miss some and still be okay. But just some number of tails, and then whenever you turn them in, you get to pick, you know, which of the characters that you're going to choose to upgrade. I think that would be a neat mechanic to try out. It's a little bit more like the Dragon Warrior style, where you got like the Book of Satoryu to turn one person into a sage. And if you want to get a second sage, you need a second book. So mechanically, I think you could definitely make it work. Whether it fits into the spirit of the game, that'd be more of an interesting question of, like from a randomizer perspective, like how well it would integrate with other features. But I think it'd at least be neat to consider. Four trips down Bobbitt's hallway. Maybe not as neat as I thought. My very first one is definitely going to be to get a character class that can teleport. I was trying to find out what that noise I was hearing in the background. I think it has stopped, whatever it was. And now, the only noise I hear is the ever-present hum of the Thieves. There we go, top ogre finally down. Somehow Neep managing to stay alive. And Michael, welcome in. You've never seen Four Thieves. Well, you lived a better life until this day. This has been, unfortunately, where things went all wrong. Actually, the big thing for our thieves is really the part that we're in right now, which is getting to the point where you're strong enough to take on Astos. Once you get past that, assuming that you have chosen to class change, which I would very highly recommend, then you have kind of this euphoric stretch where you're done with ogres and kind of limping through the content for a little while. Not tearing through, limping through, but still. It's a vast improvement over your previous circumstances. And then the sweet relief. The sweet, sweet relief of having anything besides thieves on your screen once you class change. That's probably for the best Yellow Jacket guy. It would be hazardous to your health to pay too much attention to thieves. They don't deserve it. $400 to go. We've got 8 more ogres for level 9. Unfortunately, probably won't quite fit into this loop around, but soon in our next loop. I think level 9 will be in hand. Level 10 will get us 2 hits. Level 9 only gets us sadness and disappointment, but it's more than we had before. I think level 9 might be another strong level up for the Thieves' HP. They get a bunch of strong level ups. Up through about level 10 or so. These are the glory days for Thief HP. Once you get here and realize that it's all over. And all ogre. That's when the cold hard reality sets in. Our stat increase is random, so the way stat increases work is that every character class for a given level has a guaranteed set of stats. And any stat that's not guaranteed is supposed to be a 1 in 4 chance of happening anyway. And not all those combinations are possible because the random number generator doesn't have the ability to have enough states to have all of these things be drawn simultaneously. But that's the rough idea of what's supposed to happen. What are we doing for these? Well, we do a run in between all of the seasons of Final Fantasy. Last season we did 4 white mages, and it was just too easy. It was too easy, and so the challenge had to be increased. How much faster would this be with a mid-tier weapon? So we could probably take Astos at level 8, maybe level 7, if we had a rune sword on one person. It would be pretty dodgy still, but that would give you 2 attacks per round with an elevated critical hit rate, slightly better base damage, versus having all 4 of your thieves with a crummy weapon doing 2 attacks per round. Like, they're about roughly equal in terms of their putridness. But it would definitely be a heck of a lot faster to get there. One of the things that makes Thieves particularly sad, though, is that's what their maximum potential is for the entire rest of the game. You get the rune sword, and that's it until the Masmune. It's just like, you're done on weapons. Alright, plenty of tents. 89 experience points away, so close. Less than 2 ogres to go for level 9. And we'll finally get to see exactly how far it is to level 10 after that. This grinding is unreal. It is nowhere near as bad, Pony 11, as the single character challenges. Because for these, I don't have to care if I get good rolls in the level ups. Imagine doing this, and then also having to reset every time you leveled up until you got the perfect stats, which would take dozens or sometimes even hundreds of attempts at doing the level up battle. Those are the times. Where you can feel the thieviness creeping into your soul. They are dark days, and should only be attempted by experienced professionals. I've done a regular 4 Thief run since the Origins run. I don't remember if we did the Origins run before or after our last NES 4 Thief run. We've done NES 4 Thieves with class change, NES 4 Thieves without class change. And we've done PlayStation 4 Thieves, just to show how much easier 4 Thieves was on the remix. So much nicer on the remix. Alright, 3,151 experience to level 10. That would be 64 ogres. And you're 1% short on your hit rate right now for having 2 attacks per round. Level 10 will get us there. 64 ogres to go. The attacks per round level based. It's a combination of your level, class, and the weapon that you have equipped. So the thieves get 2 attack percentage every time that they level up. But if you put on the scimitar, you'd have 5% more hit rate than the saber. So that would give you 2.5 levels worth of hit percent by changing weapons. And it's essentially what we're looking at here. Right now we've got the saber on, which has got higher damage. But if we were to be at 27% hit rate, we could put the scimitar on and have lower damage but 2 attacks per round. That would net out to be more damage on most monsters. There'd be a bunch that had enough absorb rating that they'd be able to just suck your scimitar down to 0. But since the difference between scimitar and saber is pretty small, you don't have to worry about it too much for what the impact is going to be like. There's a very, very small handful where the scimitar would not do any damage, but the saber would. Being rude. I actually don't see too many ambushes, which partially, very, very small amount, is influenced by the fact that we do have thieves. One thing that does function correctly, or at least as intended, which the thieves benefit from, is that your chance to get a first strike or ambush is slightly influenced by your lead party member. Every 10 points of agility or luck gives you a 1% better chance of having a favorable start to the fight. So a ambush would turn into a regular fight, or a regular fight would turn into a first strike for you. And since luck is the primary attribute of the thief, and they get a guaranteed luck point every round, and they have a decent amount of agility, they will be slightly better than most other character classes at getting first strikes. It's a really, really tiny effect, though. I think we're doing better at one-rounding ogres. Definitely promising for those damage numbers. Yeah, I think for the first time we've poked regularly into the 90s. Previously we were about 80 for how we were doing an average round on those. I think means our average round against a Groger would be something like 35. So we still can't do Groger battles. But only a small number in this zone would be Grogers anyway. Grogers are more interesting for fighters, because they just have so much more strength and a higher base attack. As a result, they can kind of get away with dealing with those monsters that have higher physical defenses much sooner than the thieves can. Hey, King Charizard. Indeed, we have our 4 Thieves End. I would like to thank you for resubscribing nonetheless for 35 months and hope you enjoy many more non-thieving adventures in the future as well. I think this is going to be a pretty amazing week when you look back at it. We'll have our 4th Thief playthrough for most of the week, with our bonus games being on Wednesday, Final Fantasy VII Cloud being extremely depressed, and on Saturday, a Halloween virtual highlight special. Like, could any week get even more jam-packed with suck than I think this one has? I don't think so. I think we may have done as much suck as could be allowed. Zelda CDI. One day. I don't know if I'm ever going to get a CDI. It's really just for the Zelda games. And while it's true I did buy a PS Vita simply to play Persona 4 Golden and no other game, I'm not certain if I would do the same for a CDI. Oh, Zelda CDI definitely isn't compared to Virtual Highlight, but it's a lot more fun. I think the third game of the Zelda ones, Wand of Gamelon, actually is somewhat okay. Definitely not good. But in comparison to other games of the era, it's not completely terrible. It's got bad controls, but I think it has more of a storyline and more actual gameplay than some other games that have come out in that same time period. Wand of Gamelon is the one where you play as Zelda, and it has less of the really goofy graphics and more of a realistic PlayStation style of like digitized actors. Like, of the 3 CDI games that I think people are familiar with, Wand of Gamelon's the one that kind of looks like it was an actual video game, as opposed to something that was discovered. What is a CDI? Well, back when CD-based consoles were a fresh and new thing, some poor innocent sorts tried to make educational versions and get people to buy these hybrid consoles on the basis that they might have multimedia features or other redeeming value besides the terrible nature of video games. And the CDI one was more for like the multimedia entertainment center. It wasn't like a pure educational one like some of the school-based ones were. But imagine a very badly done video console stapled to a VCR, or more accurately, a Laserdisc player. And that's what a CDI is. So it's got some of the trappings of a video game system, but not many of them. And it's trying to be very unobtrusively entering into your home in that way. I'm thinking of Zelda's Adventure, whatever the third one is the one I'm thinking of. Knowing their names would be showing them too much respect. We're gonna get even more intense than we were before. We're gonna max out our heal potions. I don't know if we actually even need more pure potions right now. As long as I've got like 25 or 30. We'll be set for a pretty good long while. Once you get past Marsh Cave, the number of pure potions you need goes down dramatically for a long time. And we have plenty of cash to do the heal potion shuffle. Who misses being able to buy 99 heal potions at once? Definitely not me. I am enjoying every single one of these button presses. They are all special, in their own unique way. I mean, if you don't individually inspect your potions, they might slip in a counterfeit one when you are not looking. And that would be a shame. Okay, 2,400. Yeah, good amounts for our consumable items. $48 ogres to go. Don't have the console. The console is fine. The top loader has really loud buttons. It's one of the reasons I do prefer the front loader over the top loader design is that the whole idea of the top loader was they're going to make a cheap version. Less manufacturing costs so they could lower the prices on it. But the things that they kind of cut the corners on was a lot of the physical aspects to it. So like you have these really clunky power and reset switches instead of the very nice buttons that you have on the original model unit. But they did cut the price a lot. Like it was $99 for the top loader NES when it came out. It didn't sell really well because at that time they'd already basically moved on to the Super Nintendo. So not a lot of people needed to buy an NES at that point, and you could probably get a used one for cheaper than $99. And that's why top loaders are kind of rare at this point. But the basic idea was kind of like the same as like a slim version of consoles or other type of rebranding remake ones that later consoles have had. Those have been a pattern for console makers for a long time. Just they tended to do them very, very late in the console lifecycle before, instead of 2 or 3 years after a console released having a new version. They'd wait until like basically the next one was already done. Does the top loader function better? Function's a strong word. The top loader has less issues with dirty games because one of the things that they cut for cost-saving reasons was the circuit that determines whether or not you are playing a pirated cartridge. So, as a result, like a dirty cartridge doesn't have to pass a validation check, and so it's less likely to break. But it wasn't because they were like improved in any way. It's because they actually took out the parts that was doing this check before, because those cost like 5 cents. Yeah, the front loader was kind of designed to be not looking like the old video game consoles, because there was a little bit of reluctance after the video game market crashed that people wouldn't want to buy another one of these consoles and have them become worthless in a year or two. So they made it look a little bit more like a standard piece of AV hardware. But I'm not sure if I really believe that story, because the color scheme on an NES doesn't really look like other things that you would have hooked up to your TV. The Atari was actually kind of closer, because it was, at the time that it came out, like pretty similar in appearance to a lot of other like stereo equipment or things that would be around in a home. An NES doesn't really look like anything else. So I don't know how much that legend is true or not. And $50.95 would have been a pretty good deal still. That's basically half off after, I want to say the top loader came out in 91? So certainly like several years into the Super Nintendo at that point. But there was still a lot of people that had big piles of NES games. And would be wanting to play them. As much of a leap as it was from the NES to the Super Nintendo, if you didn't have a lot of games to play, because the Super Nintendo games were so expensive, then I could see the NES being able to keep its popularity for a long time afterwards. Like, they certainly sold NES games pretty heavily up until like 93 or 94. Hey, Westlake Math. Welcome in, and thank you much for the good wishes. You will probably regret giving them once you see what we are doing, but they are appreciated nonetheless. Top Loader came out in 93. That is later than I remember. Because that's basically when the last couple of NES games came out. Like, Warriors Woods was like 94. And it was very, very late. But there was a couple of NES games like 92 or so that were still like relatively mainstreamish titles. And Timo, glad you're having continued fun with Illusion of Gaia there. You decided on a target time for being satisfied with that game? Or are you still experimenting with what is reasonably able to be obtained? Sub 210. Could definitely do that if you did the warp route. Be no problem. Ow, Ogre's painful. Been kind of rare that we've actually had even a slightly threatening ogre fight for our thieves here. Because we're really actually getting some benefit out of their higher than average hit point totals compared to most other character classes. Remember, black belt's struggling quite a lot to be able to get strong enough to actually punch out ogres without being in risk of dying all the time. These two ogres, we got an iguana, which is 3/4 of an ogre. I'm not certain if we're getting enough to get this done in 2 more loops. We should be really close to that mark. The big thing that we are looking for right now is level 10. At level 10 we get 2 attacks per round with the scimitar, which should pretty dramatically change what our success rate on Astos would be. You'd have 8 attacks per round at that point. I think that'd be at least reasonable to give him a try. And I figured that it's not worth doing Marsh Cave until Astos is at least potentially attemptable. If you can't do it at 10, I think no later than 12 for it to be something good, because at 12 you'd be able to do the 2 attacks per round with the saber, which would give you roughly the same chance of critically, but every single hit would be an additional, probably about average of 5 or 6 damage, so you would need like 1 or 2 fewer crits to be able to kill him. As it's going to be all about how many crits can we get, and can we stay alive in the meantime? Can we just damage Astos with the Silver Sword? They don't need to, because they'll be able to damage Astos with their spells much faster than you can reasonably get the Silver Sword and attack things with it. They only need level 6 for Lit 2. And they'll already have had Ice 1 at that point. 2 Lit 2s kills the wizards. You'd have 6 Ice spell casts, and that's pretty much enough by itself to kill Astos. You get your spell charges recovered, you have the Lit 2s as well, then he's just toast. Do we know if anyone that has more 4 Thief strategies? I hope not. It would certainly be a shame if there was thieving going on in this fine and upstanding game. Four Thieves is the natural sport of the world of Hydline. I fear it may be even darker and more deadly than we ever suspected. Hey, last calls, welcome in. Four Thieves, no babies. We lost the baby. Actually, though, if we did have a baby, we would definitely stab it. Nice. And taking out the ogres. With ease. In fact, I have to check how many ogres I need left. So that is 29 ogres to go. 29 ogres for level 10. Maybe a few extras just for the special occasion. We're doing March level 10. Yeah, that's the plan. I think that because we can take out Astos at level 10 potentially, we want to get 10, do the Marsh Cave, and then give Astos a try at the same time. You could get a little bit of the experience if you went and did the Marsh Cave right now, but it's such a small amount that I'd really just get the ogres done, and then hopefully level 10 also makes the wizard fight go a little bit easier. We're definitely going to want to see 2 wizards. If we see 3 or 4, we might have a bad time, especially 4 wizards. But I think the bigger thing is going to be, when can you kill Astos? Because wizards, they don't have the same variety of deadly abilities that Astos does, and they have way less physical defense. So you can reasonably get lucky with a dodge or 2 and kind of slip past a 2 wizard fight. Astos, you need to be lucky like 7 or 8 times. This bit of ogre population is our secret weapon. If you weren't manipulating the encounters to be able to get lots and lots of ogre fights, it would take you way longer to do something like this, because you'd be spending a lot of your time on low quality battles. Things you have to run away from, like undead with stun touch or poisonous monsters that are costing you a bunch of resources and don't give you nearly as much value per fight. That'd be basically what your life would be like for significantly longer than doing this ogre grind. So at least we got the benefit of all of the technology from speedrunning to control our encounters to a large degree. And that helps in the dungeons as well, because it means you can get through some of the areas more readily. Doesn't fully solve your problems, because places like the Ice Cave, there really is no safe path through. Like, no matter when you go into that dungeon, it's going to be very, very hard. We'll be purchasing the finest quality silver bracelets from Melmond. We'll be purchasing silver bracelets from Melmond. I would not call them fine or quality. They have qualities, but that is a very different thing. If these had worked as intended, it would have made them worth using. Not really, because running away and critical hits are just not that valuable. You've got a character class that has so many downsides, and the benefits really are around light support to the rest of the team. Like, running is something that a lot of people played the game and never ran away. Like, they just fought every single battle. And yeah, you have to be a couple levels higher to survive the dungeons doing that, but you can totally play that way. Like 5 or 6 levels higher than somebody that is strategically running, and you can kind of plow through a lot of the areas. So, the ability to run is not overly influential as a result. Criticals, their base damage just is not good enough to make the criticals worthwhile. So a thief with a critical is going to be worse than a fighter doing a regular hit, or a black belt doing a regular hit, when it comes to their offensive power. So you'd again have to make like some additional changes for that to be something meaningful. And we kind of talked about like, if the ninja could dual wield, and it added together the powers of the two weapons, then you have something interesting. Like you trade defense, like you couldn't have a shield, but you could get enough attack power that you're beating out things like the Excalibur or the Sun Sword by a fairly large amount. And that would kind of compensate for the fact that the ninjas had lower strength than the knights. And you'd roughly be doing equal damage at that point. And then the criticals might be interesting. Steel bracelets. Half the defense, 10 times the weight. Would these be good in a speedrun when you're doing a lot of running? If temper and saber were fixed, and so you wouldn't need to have a second attacker. Like the reason you can kind of get away with two attackers in the NES version is because there's only so much you can buff your primary attacker, and then any additional incremental damage has to be coming from a second source. But in the remakes, where you can buff your primary source as hard as you can, and that's where all the value is from, you can maybe make your fourth character be a thief and try to run away from things more easily. But I kind of get the feeling that it'd be better to have 3 people buffing instead of 2. Because then you could do the bosses faster, you could do the bosses at a lower level, as compared to being better at running from things. But at least be an interesting conversation. It makes it look like you block attacks with a shield and avoid things. No, it's just display stuff that doesn't actually map to how anything is working in the game. Essentially what the remakes are doing is it will randomly play an animation if you have a corresponding item, but it's just pure randomness. Like, it doesn't actually specially do anything for a shield versus dodging an attack. It just plays a different animation sometimes. Is it true that people once purchased steel hammers? I'm pretty sure that you have no video evidence of this, Tipo. None at all. And other Final Fantasy games for block animations, yeah, it's been a lot of them. And it tends to be the same style, which is that it will randomly display an animation if it's something that you've got equipped, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that item blocked the attack. It's just something active to show that you dodged it. "15 ogres to go." This could be our last ogre loop before level 10. The ice mail was no accident, Bad Road. It was not an accident. Yeah, 5 and 6 definitely have block animations that are triggered randomly, but they're based on what are you holding. Like in 6, there are some weapons that are blocking weapons and they can show up as the item that you're using to dodge something. But again, it's just based on your... Well, it's not even based on your evasion, because evasion is broken in 6. But it could have been based on your evasion, if that stat had worked correctly. Yeah, 6 accidentally used the same stat for both physical evasion and magic evasion. Which one meant that some characters were ridiculously powerful, more so than intended, and some characters were ridiculously broken, not in a good way. And again, it just goes to show you that it's very tough to test when there's a very wide range of possible outcomes, whether your modifiers are working correctly or not. There's lots of fun broken stuff like that, like the characters in both 4 and 6 have special properties that can be permanently lost. Like in 6, there's these desperation attacks that a character can do, and you will probably never see them. Because if there's ever a dead character in their slot, then they just permanently lose the ability to have a desperation attack. And there's lots of storyline battles where it's 6 dead characters in places, and so they're just gone. But it's like an entire mechanic. Somebody probably tested it and found it worked once. And just because they're rare, never noticed that they never happened ever again. Yeah, Interceptor will also break. There's a lot of stuff with Shadow that doesn't really work right because he keeps going in and out of your party. And it was meant to have that, like, toggle on and off nature, and then things just don't work well with other things that toggle. Within a few minutes, we are going to be at level 10 and be able to have a split. It has been almost 3.5 hours since our last split has taken place, and we have killed many ogres since that day. But I am ready. I am ready and interested to see how many tries it takes us to get through Marsh Cave and Astos. I think Marsh Cave is mostly going to come down to, are we lucky with the wizard count? Astos is one where it could be first try, it could be like 50th try. And it's going to be hard to decide whether or not it is worthwhile to grind up more levels or not. It's like Scimitar at level 10 versus Saber at level 12. How much do I want to avoid getting those two levels? A lot. Which one's faster? I am not certain. Are we marching with Black Queens? We are not, but Dan, I have been told, may be a person with lordly calipers. I'm not sure where he got those. I'd be happy with 2 fights versus the wizards. Like, each try into Marsh Cave is not that expensive to get through. It's a short dungeon. I like to do like 6 battles to set up the entrance to it. Two trips would be pretty good. And then each Astos attempt is quite quick. Some would say many are over almost instantaneously. Like, as soon as you get that first round rub, you probably want to reset if you didn't get a whole bunch of crits on that turn. Forever's looking pretty good. I think we will do 4 Thieves. I think we'll do it less than 16 hours. Probably around 15 hours for our total time. Depends a lot on what we want to do for endgame grinding. Like, that'll make a big difference for what our overall time ends up being, because we'll probably end up doing like a third of our time to Astos. A third of the time going from Astos to like class change. And then a third of our time to like the end of the game from there. It's my rough feel for it. Level 10, there we go. Neep and Julie are done. We've got one more iguana. Which is probably not enough to get our other characters done, so I can't hit the split yet, but we were very close. Very close to it. You see those sabers? You see how those sabers were not hitting that iguana? Well, that is something that is about to change. We're gonna not hit the iguana with the scimitar momentarily. $20 damage, 28% hit. You two are now 17 and 33. 33 just being barely enough to qualify us for a bonus attack per round. 46 tenths, 99 heals, 27 pures. That probably is enough to get through Marsh Cave. Let's watch our new powered thieves in action. 2 attacks! They still can't kill Kaisuke, but they got 2 attacks. And that's something to be proud of. It actually has a lot more damage, especially against monsters that don't have a lot of physical absorb. Because now their physical absorb gets multiplied by 2 for reducing the damage output. Against things that have low armor ratings, it is about a 75% increase in our damage output, and it is good. Stands level 10, and Servo's level 10. That is all of them. We've got our level 10 thief crew. Scimitars are go. So Marsh Cave. We're going to see whether or not it is fun and exciting or a place of unending torture. Could be 50-50. Yep, we're going to the Marsh Cave. It is our destiny to make the trip out there. 20,000 gold. That's enough to buy all of the silver bracelets we could ever want. Hey, Beck, welcome in. A little lower now, we are level 10. We just hit it. Level 10 is where we get 2 attacks per round for the first time. So I think we got our first credible ability to defeat Astos. At level 12, we'd have 2 attacks per round with those sabers, which would give us more damage. But I really don't want to get 2 more levels worth of ogres, so we're going to try Astos and the wizards at level 10 here. And if we are really, really feeling like it's impossible, then level 12 is going to be our backup. And just think, if you were a solo thief, you would need not just 32% hit rate, but maybe 64%. Or if you were really, really, really having problems, 96% hit rate to be able to defeat things, and you would not enjoy yourself. If we could do Groger's now. I feel like we should be able to, even though Groger's got a lot of physical defense. The 2 hits probably still overcomes that. Double chance of criticals, that's what's important. Yeah, we got probably about enough to get Groger in 6 hits. Which is definitely a lot better than before. The ogres have gone from 5 or 6 hits down to 3 hits. So they have really dramatically improved. And here we are, Marsh Cave. Where I'm going to quickly refill my water. But when I come back in 30 seconds, we will be heading down for our first attempt. Stay tuned. Alright, water acquired. Let's get our encounters positioned. We want to be 6 battles in. There's 2. Why does Final Fantasy 1 not retarget with your target dice? That was from Dungeons & Dragons. If you want to ineffectively throw damage at something, you can fireball the darkness if you want. And waste your spells. And Final Fantasy 1 is no different in that regard. Alright, there is 6 battles in. Let's head down. We should have 2 bone fights. They're not really that dangerous because we should be able to run pretty easily. And there's only 1 crawl in the bone battles. We will not be boned this time. Maybe some slight boning. Just a little bit of boning. But only the gentlest of sorts. Who thinks Wizard Battle number 1 is gonna be enough? Because we've got 2 wizards and a dream. Ooh, dream getting pummeled as we speak. That was a lot of damage from that opening round, but they hit the back of the party, which means they may be splitting things up enough to turn out well. 19, good. Those dodges are really, really good. Got one wizard down. Hey, Sinahel. You have unfortunately missed Ogre Time, but now we have acquired the crown. We're not completely out of the muck yet. We do need to escape still. But definitely a very, very nice wizard fight right there. We got the 2 wizards first try. It's 2, 3, or 4 wizards with equal probability. And at least in the second wizard, we got some lucky criticals, which is what we're going to need for Astos as well. Lots and lots of criticals. Against Astos, we're basically to do 1 damage per hit, and he dodges a lot of our attacks. Unless we critical. If we critical, we can do as much as like 10 damage a hit. Maybe more if we're lucky. If this was 4 fighters, we would currently be pretty close to Temple of Fiends. Maybe done with the game. Four fighters goes a little bit slower than having red mages mixed in because you don't have the fast spell, you don't have your AoEs, but they go through it pretty fast. If you really want to feel bad, 4 white mages would be getting class changed around now. Run, and let's head up to Northwest Castle, where we will have our first attempt at the Astos battle. Hey, Cassandra, welcome in. You were just in time for Astos number 1. We got first try wizards for the crown. We would need to be extraordinarily lucky to have first try Astos as well, but we do have 8 tries per round to critical him. Assuming we don't get rubbed, or fire tooed, or lit it. Or really just anything that he might choose to do. Any of his large variety of deadly moves. And we just need to get really, really lucky for like 6 turns. Let's go. 1 damage. 1 damage. And rubbed. Try again. About a 40% chance of dodging the rub. Maybe less. It's Thieves after all. One damage. There we go, 1 crit. Just like 6 more of those. And he physicals, so no rub in round 1. We don't see what the outcome is yet. And Dan is down. We have 2 crits, though. Interesting enough to at least see what the outcome is. 3 crits. Julie's lost the extra attack. 4 crits. Physical, yes. Stay away from those spells. Neep. Oh, what a critical miss. 5 crits. Another physical. He is buying us time. We're getting 5 chances per round to crit. Here's the fast. After this, it gets bad. Some of us may survive lit too. Been a couple rounds since the last crit. We had 5 crits. We were doing so good. Ooh, Neep's still alive. Come on, Neep. Make up for your previous failures. And now we're down to 1 attack. That's how many crits we need. 6 crits. Astos is fallen. Pretty good fight. Definitely need it level 10. Imagine doing that with half as many attacks per round. You would definitely need a lot of tries to be able to get 6 crits. But with 8 attacks per round, a lot easier. Go and get you all revived, and let's go to Matoya. We've got our crystal and are ready to do some fetch quests. I actually thought that Astos fight started off really well, and we just stalled for such a long time at 5 crits. I was feeling so bad that it looked like it was going to be like almost easy. Like Astos picked a whole bunch of physicals, which he's not super into doing physical attacks. He prefers to do spells. And his opening spell list, you know, he starts off with that rub, and then fast is basically a free round in there. And slow 2, while it's bad, at least it's not killing you. But then he does fire 2 and lit 2 back to back. And a whole bunch more disables at that point. There's like a slow. I think he's got a hold and a dark. So a couple of free rounds, but also some that are going to be painful if they land. So really, if you don't have him by the time he's into the fire 2 lit 2s, it's pretty sketchy. Because you're not going to live long, and you're probably going to lose a lot of your attacks from the slow. We really needed one. We only needed 1 more. Hey, Dan, we're gonna class change. Yep, that is the plan. 4 ninjas is just so much more less thieves than doing 4 thieves without class change. There's our heals and pures. There is our herb. And let's get back down to Elfland 4. The Mystic Key. Hey there, Ashram. Day 1 of our Thieves. I am definitely planning to not do this as a single sitting run. It is not healthy for anybody to have that much thief exposure, or really any thief exposure. But certainly not that much. But previously my goal was to see if we could get Astos down in day 1. Now it's looking like we could probably get at least through Lich. Hey Kara, 3.5 hours in a split. Yep, that was 3.5 hours of grinding ogres. We can do Garland and Bicky at level 2. We need to be level 10 to kill Astos. And even then, it was a really narrow fight. There is our Mystic Key. Let's get a whole bunch of thievery done. We don't really need a lot of money right now, but I'm going to spend most of what I've got on those 4 silver bracelets. And it'd be helpful to have some spare change in case we need to buy, cabins and softs and other nice items. Don't need the copper gauntlet. Hey Tokanis, welcome in. Hope you're having a wonderful evening here. Our 4 thieves have just gotten past Astos and are ready to head out into the wild world. Got really lost at this point. This is where the game opens up for the first time. It's somewhat linear until you have the boat, and kind of like Dragon Warrior 2. Final Fantasy I's boat lets you go to a lot of places. And not all of them are going to be level appropriate or something that your team can tackle. But it doesn't really do much to hold your hand. So it's helpful to get the strategy guide, or for the US market, they actually gave you a map in the box which just says, here's the order to do every single location in the game. And that kind of takes a little bit of the fun of exploration out of it. Alright, so you're going to take a silver knife, which is actually an upgrade of what we've had up to this point. Just miscellaneous stuff that I picked up while grabbing some items. We're going to go up to Temple of Fiends and get the swords there. We do want to have the Rune Coral and Dragon Sword. The Were Sword we can sell. But Rune Coral and Dragon actually is the Thief's best weapon until you have the Mazvune. Which, if you think about how much more of the game there is, and how many upgrades every single other character class gets for damage output, the Thieves are done with upgrades. Right now. If you don't class change, you are beating Kraken 2 with these weapons. Probably should have a Silver Burst to take less gargoyle damage, but it's only 2 fights. There we go, Rune Sword acquired. I hope Dan doesn't forget the Mazmune. For 4 ninjas, you'll have katanas and Sun Sword and Defense Sword, so you'll be 2 tiers down for the Mazmune, which means basically no damage on Tiamat 2 or Chaos, other than criticals. But you can probably damage Lich 2 and Carry 2, to some extent. There's our Were Sword. Were Sword and Giant Sword cannot be used by Thieves. Were Sword, it's not a big deal. Giant Sword actually is notably better than the other 3. That one is the biggest pain. For a very small tweak, like there's no reason why any of these swords should have anything different in terms of who can actually use them. But nope, Giant Sword is denied. Sure, there is some reasoning for it, like the Giant Sword is based off of some Dungeons & Dragons item that is a long sword rather than a short sword. And so it's not a thief weapon. But at least in this game, they don't tell you why they cannot use them. Alright, so we need 10 heal potions. We want to grab any more pure as we can. There's no item shop at Melmond, because Melmond is a terrible and awful place. So we need to stock up before we head in that direction. Where Sword's gone. Let's go ahead and give you the Rune Sword here. Yeah, I'll get rid of your stuff now. We're about to pick up the Dragon Sword momentarily. Coral Sword's in the Earth Cave, so we'll get that fairly early in that trip. The Short Sword, a Long Sword, and a Long Sword, Short Swords. Well, the Long Sword's also a Long Sword. They're both Long Swords to the Thief. Many things are outside of their capabilities. These are just a few of the many examples that they cannot use. So the reason the Melmond town does not have an item shop explained in-game, I believe it is due to the rampant tax fraud. Kelly, no mixer. Between that, the corruption, and of course the toxic tire fires, they haven't been able to find any tenants for their vacant item shop location. Be nice if more gear told you that it did something special. Yeah, all the usable items would be nice to have a indicator for them. And then there's all the items that were supposed to do something special, like the Were Sword was supposed to do more damage to werewolves, but it doesn't work. Doesn't work in the slightest. It's supposed to be a really small amount anyway, so you're not missing out on much. But still, it's the principle of the matter. Also, we've got one murdered dwarf and a soon-to-be plundered dwarven treasury here. There's my dragon sword. Silver armor we're gonna sell. Money and the house. Not gonna need houses for a really, really long time with this team. Yeah, the difference in damage from the elemental weapons not working is so much smaller than the other things in this game that are broken. It'd be kind of shocking if those worked, and things like temper did not. Right now we're doing 2 silver knives, dragon sword, and rune sword. We'll go to coral sword. I'm gonna probably leave the silver knife there rather than get the falchion. Like just in terms of damage output, I'm gonna stick with the 2 attacks per round for the 2 levels that it'll last. At that point, probably the 4th character is not gonna be overly impressive anyway. That can go, and that can go. Alright, weapons are all cleaned up. Now for the armor. Silver bracelet time. So let's get rid of this other stuff we don't need. Just all of our old copper bracelets. Going from copper to silver is plus 11 defense. This is a substantial amount, and considering that we only had 6 before, is really, really a big deal. Hey Tebow, thank you much for those bits, which will be definitely going to the Melmond Relief Fund. Melmond. Just look at it. Look at it! It needs a lot of relief. Do a quick ogre test to see how our weapons are doing. That's the dragon sword, 71 damage. Rune sword doing 36. Alright, it needs some fine tuning there. $23 on the silver knife. Another 61 from the dragon sword. Rune sword 54. Okay. Rune sword's supposed to be better. And it's got a higher critical hit rate than dragon or coral swords do, but it's having some minor performance issues. Definitely, though, a big improvement over the scimitars and sabers. Just kind of sad considering the size of these values, but it's what we've got. Question is, can we beat the vampire at level 10, or do we need levels here? I kind of feel like we should be able to get past the vampire. Lich may be a stretch, but vampire feels like it's doable. I'll do Earth Cave from the start. I think this gets me more wizard encounters than if I skip a bunch of battles here, but probably it is faster to do it this way and power through the wizard fight. Plus the blueberries. They are delicious. Bull is 2.5 ogres worth of experience. So you could definitely fight bulls. I'm not sure if you'd really want to fight trolls in terms of getting XP. But you could definitely fight bulls. Could maybe do giants. And then earth elementals, I think, once again, would get kind of sketchy. But you at least have some options for very fast fights. Like, you could trigger giant or earth elemental battles non-stop because they're both trap tiles in here. So easily doing 6 or 8 times the experience per minute that you had back at the Provoker region. All because we hit level 10 and can defeat Astos. It's the only thing that's blocking you from that gigantic leap. We're actually getting pretty close to a level 11. I don't think there's going to be anything magical about the upcoming levels. Like, we'll be quite a far ways away from having an additional attack per round. And it's not like we could switch back to another weapon for better base damage or anything, but still, every level helps. You get a nice bonus strength point, you get some more hit points. Those could be difference makers. Grab the coral sword, since I don't know what the step route is going to be like for these, I'm just going to take everything. Okay, coral sword on you. We saw the spider fight there. I think that means we want to go for it. We're probably going to have Wizard on the way back from Vampire. And I'll see if I can get my level up before Vampire happens, as that might improve things a bit. Hey, you're not listening. I will catch you up on what you've missed. A lot of ogres. And then Astos. But a lot of ogres. 3.5 ogres times hours was what we went through. And when it was done, it was indeed all ogre. Now we are diving our first try here into the Earth Cave to see if we can get a ruby from the vampire, Second try Astos? I think it was second. It was no worse than third. But I think it was second, because the first time we got rubbed in round 1 and did no criticals. I think the second time, Astos punched us in round 1. And we got 2 criticals. And that was good enough that I went for it even with Dan getting rubbed in round 2. Yeah, 152 away. I could probably do 2 mummies. Just try to piece whatever I can together for XP. Oh, and looking at it, I see why Nipa's so close. When you're the only person that lives versus Astos, you get pretty much a level's worth of experience. That makes sense now. And everyone else is going to be very far away. Okay. I don't need to worry too much about this then. I was thinking that 3 people would be close and Dan would be far away, but we didn't have that many survivors on the Astos battle. We did have, though, lots and lots of bats. And we have our vampire fight starting. Now, can we beat Vampire without doing any leveling? I think yes. Questionable. 33 damage in round 1. That is a lot less than I was anticipating. At least we dodged the dazzle. 58, 84, now we're doing good. 90. 129, okay. I think we're good now. 131. And got him. Wizard fight's definite. If we get the cockatrice battle, I'll feel really bad. Of course it is 4 wizards here. We're gonna take less damage. We will hopefully be able to one-round them. Yeah, we're pretty good at one-rounding them. These look mostly survivable. If we lose anybody, though, it makes the rest of this so much harder. So hopefully Julie can keep it together. Maybe I'd like to punch Dan a little bit. Just for old time's sake. Nope, they like Neep. Alright, we're gonna need a good turnover in the last round. Can we keep everybody alive? Maybe? 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 I think we did it. I think we got it. Whew. 4 wizards. Survived. The question is, can we avoid cockatrices on the way back out? We should be able to, but it might be close. Cock produces the next fight. We have a lot of steps. Cross your fingers we don't get them. Okay. Made it through. Let's see how many steps we have. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. More than 10. Yeah, we had 12 steps into the next battle. Left over on that floor. Easily done. It does make me really think about how are we gonna kill Lich? Unlike Vampire's got 160 health, Lich has got 400 health. So he can soak up a lot more damage, and he's got some big spells that are gonna make things really go quickly in the battles. We can't spend a lot of rounds whittling him down. Hey, Taco Bell Teal. Indeed, we have our 4 thieves, and soon they will have the ruby brought to the surface and prepared to kill our arch nemesis, the Titan. Also, maybe it's unlocked by ghouls. What's the time for the last 4 thief run? I believe it was somewhere between 15 and 16 hours for doing it with class change, and then about 19 hours for no class change. It's been a while though since we did those. The last time we did Thieves, actually did it with the PlayStation version to show off how much easier it is on the remakes to do 4 Thieves. Or it was like 7 hours long. But that's not even the easiest version. GBA would be way faster. There's our ruby hand incomplete. There's nothing at the Titan's tunnel to be really influenced. We got a couple of silver items, like a silver axe and a silver helmet, I think. And there's not much these thieves can do with money until they've got the airship. Once they have the airship, they can get gold bracelets and pro rings, then temporarily they need a whole lot of cash. But other than that one moment, you can be very, very frugal with your spending on them. They need money at the very start, and then just barely post airship. That's pretty much it. Good tiger fights. It makes me think we could do giants. Possibly Urs. I know we'd get hit really hard by either of those monsters. But since they're trap tiles, you can do the fights super quick. Earth's more consistent, because it's just one Earth by itself over and over. Whereas Hall of Giants, you've got the random iguanas that you also have to take out, and that probably cuts your efficiency a bit. I don't think we've ever done a giant grind. Or a hollow giant grind specifically in any of these speedruns. So I don't have good data as to how they are relative to the Earth. Go ahead, tent up, and let's head back. Thing is, if we are actually able to beat Lich right now, that'd be so much better than trying to grind something. Because once you're past Lich, you can probably do ordeals. And there's the Zeus Gauntlet, which means you got an AoE item. And that dramatically, very, very dramatically changes your damage output. It risks a lot more experience, but I think we'd be not able to do as many per trip out. And there's a very long restock cycle to get more heal potions if you're grinding an Earth Cave. It's not like the overall you can just drop a couple tents and get everybody up to full. You have to have many, many heal potions purchased. And nowhere to restock them anywhere nearby. I think giants would do less damage per kill. Carnelli, thank you very much for the raid there. Hope you had a wonderful stream today, and I hope you were all prepared for a 4 Thief playthrough of the original Final Fantasy. This is, in fact, an extremely bad idea, and should not be attempted even by professionals. But we are doing it nonetheless. This will be night 1 of our 4 Thief playthroughs. I definitely wouldn't want to subject you all to continuous 4 Thief action. But in terms of progress, we were able to grind through enough ogres to be able to defeat Marsh Cave and Astos. We managed to take Vampire down, and I am contemplating how much we need to do in order to be able to beat Lich. He's a big jump up from Vampire, but you also get a lot of bonuses once Lich is dead in terms of gear that becomes accessible. Hey, Mary Chan, welcome in. We're doing a test to see, is Earth worth grinding? Or perhaps Giant? Yeah, the Earth damage is what I was worried about. He hits too hard to reasonably do that. Alright, so that probably is a bad grind. Very, very expensive to take deaths in there. We're going to see if the Hollow Giants does better. It's certainly going to be better than our Ogres in terms of consistency of encounter. But let's see if you are a nicer fight than Earth is. At least it's not Solo Thief. Yeah, Solo Thief is probably too long for me to fit in between the Final Fantasy seasons. 4 Thieves, we'll be done this week. Like, even though it's going to be over a couple nights, it's not like it is such a dramatic amount of time that you couldn't get it done in a week's worth of streams. We already got one of the really big things down, which is being able to kill Astos. And you're actually tantalizingly close to class change, which is where, if you want to go 4 ninjas, you will get a very dramatically different game than if you went for a no class change playthrough. Alright, so this was the maximum size encounter. 2 giants, 2 iguanas. So worst case scenario, here in a giant's hallway fight, get about 10 ogres worth of experience for that. But downside is using a bunch of heal potions, and these are costly to replace. Costly in time, not in money. Money is really not an issue at all for 4 Thieves. But I would just walk over to a town that has heal potions, and buying 99 of them takes a while. Giants seems reasonable. If we get solo giants, it would be very reasonable to get some levels here. Because the giants come with all of these iguanas that take time, as well as you can get pairs of giants, it's not quite as strong of a fight for consistency. That's like the big thing that Earth gets you is, it's always one Earth, one after another. But the Earth just hits way too hard for these thieves to be able to safely take on. Why is money not an issue? Because they simply have nothing to buy. Thieves can't get spells. They can't use any weapons. They can't use any armor. All they can do is drink heal potions and die at the clinic. Like, that's pretty much it. Bucklers. That type of splurging, I don't know if it's right. Are ninjas expensive? Like Thieves, ninjas don't have a lot to buy. Almost all of their equipment is things that you find rather than purchase. And the ninja spells, because they can't get past 4th tier magic, are going to be fairly cheap to pick up. Even Red Wizard to some extent is not that expensive for spells, because they top out right when the spells are getting expensive. It's the White Wizards and Black Wizards that you really have to spend things on. You know what, the 4 bucklers is actually kind of tempting. That would be 2 defense. We'd go from 17 to 19, which doesn't sound like a lot, but you're getting hit many, many times. And so it probably saves you a heal potion or 2 on each person per trip through here. Hey, Dynamite. We're doing Four Thieves for the post-season 10 celebration. We do something in between all the seasons. Last season it was 4 white mages, which I've done a couple times now. Four Thieves was just to up the difficulty level a little bit. 4 white mages you can, I wouldn't say reasonably do in a single setting, because it gets a little bit painful for streams of that length, but certainly a lot better than Four Thieves. Think we survive the Earth Elementals now? I think it would still be pretty dangerous. It may be better overall in terms of the amount of damage that we take per experience point that we get, though. It's really tough to run some of the numbers, and I'm going to try getting the Buckler, which again is 2 extra defense. Very, very small, but more than what they have right now. We're going to restock on heals, and then we can see how Earth and Giant compare at that point. The thing I'm not liking is that we can't one-round the Giants. So we're spending a lot of turns where it's not quite safe to go and split the party. You can't really predict, how many attacks are necessary to kill some of these. So we have, as a result, quite a few that are just going ineffective. And those are wasted opportunities. Hey, Lottie Starlight. And yes, indeed, we are doing Buckler strats. They're rarely seen, but often talked about. Bucklers of Destiny. Sometimes people get Bucklers for red mages, who are the other character class that can meaningfully use them. Fighter can use Bucklers, but they can also use actual shields, and so they would never bother. But Thief and Red Mage get the 2 defense Buckler at Crescent Lake. And you can go to Crescent Lake as soon as you blow open the canal. It's just that there is a hard stop at this point because the Circle of Sages does not activate until Lich is dead, so you can't get the canoe. But really cool if you get the canoe early and then have lots of places to go, because I would definitely try and do ordeals before Lich and get that Zeus Gauntlet, Gold Bracelet, played a real character, Ice Sword, just lots and lots of upgrades, and that would make Earth Cave a very different experience. Probably can kill 2 Peds. I can't, that's why we saved. Peds are a really good experience, but they do hit pretty hard. These are the Ank Eggs. I don't know how they came from Ank Egg to Ped, but somehow things were lost in translation a little bit. One down. Anyway, to grind here with encounter cycling at Crescent Lake to think about what a grind here would look like. So you've got small amounts of giants, some bulls, trolls. You probably don't want to do the Cobra Scorpion. I don't know if I've ever really thought about what a Crescent Lake area grind would look like, but I know the first couple of battles has a lot of Cobra Scorpion, which is the problematic one. it'd be pretty short. Skip giant, skip, troll, 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 troll. And then 4 Cobra Scorpions in a row, which means you probably just want to reset at that point. P, troll, troll, Cobra Scorpion, P, troll, giant, Cobra Scorpion, troll, giant, troll, giant, troll, P, giant. Yeah, that's actually not bad stretch. I think if you could deal with that big group of Cobra Scorpion, you could make something worthwhile. It's tough to say that it would be like a necessarily great grind opportunity, but it's an interesting one to consider because you don't have to worry about the heal potion situation. It's the big thing making Earth Cave really slow. Ankings and boulder gates one were kind of rough, but the thing is you can make the Anking armor. It's like plate mail, but not with the same restrictions. But it's the best early game armor you could get. Can't wait for Dan versus Lich. I wish I had a better sense of what level these thieves could do Lich at. So I feel like level 11 is going to be mostly failure. But where do they actually start getting successful? And is it hit points that I need to worry about? Or is it damage? Am I playing on Mini NES? No, I'm playing on the NES top loader. There's our heal potions. Here comes the bucklers. Buckler acquired. Look at all of their buckling joy. 2 defense right there. They're practically invincible now. Does the Mini fix any bugs? No. The NES Mini, or the NES Classic, has Final Fantasy, but it doesn't do the RNG right, so it kind of is not really useful for a lot of situations. And it's got a lot of lag, which makes it not as fun of a version to play. What's the best pre-class change weapon for the thieves? We got them. Rune Sword, Coral Sword, Dragon Sword, Silver Knife. This is it until the Mazmune. This is why you want to class change your thief. Also, many other reasons why you want to class change your thief. Alright, so we do those, and we get 4 troll fights. 2 of them have bull potential as well. What's wrong with the RNG on the NES Mini? It doesn't start at the same values, and so you can't really compare anything between what happens when you move around and what would happen on a original Nintendo. So anybody that wants to do something like speedrunning would be kind of on their own and wouldn't really be able to compare their results to anybody that was playing on the original hardware. This game very much depends on how the battles pop up when you walk around. And if you have different initializations for the RNG, you'll get a different number of steps or different encounters for the same circumstances for walking. I kind of like doing these fights. Yeah, for casual play, RNG is not as important, but just the fact that there is a lot of latency with the NES Classic can bother people. Like, I'm not a big fan of how the NES Classic sounds. Notice that you'll do actions in games, and the sound effects don't line up with the actions. Some games, like, it's really bothersome, like Mega Man, because every time you shoot, it's a little bit of a delay before it actually plays the shooting sound. Final Fantasy's not quite as bad, but it's still very noticeable on, you know, like, things are getting hit, and, like, dust clouds are going, and then the sound happens. Can you move without class change? Yeah, we've done 4 Thieves without class change before. It takes a couple extra hours, because Temple of Fiends is really hard without class change. You just don't have enough healing to be able to make it all the way through, or damage, or really anything. Just pretty much everything is bad for Temple of Fiends. And at least with ninjas, you have a very large increase in your damage output, as well as better gear to have for defense. What is the buckler made of to cost 2,500 gold? Everything in Crescent Lake, I believe, is supposed to be made out of mithril. Like, whenever you see the word silver in this game, D&D wise, it's mithril for what the properties are. That's why silver gear is very light. And if you play the original Japanese version, it actually is called, like, mithril shield. Buckler, I don't think they specifically say what it's made out of, but it's kind of the theme of the town. This will be our last trail. Then we have the Bug Parade. Once we get past that, there's actually a pretty nice sequence. Which is better than I expected for how long you could stay out here without having to power cycle. And really that's the big limiting factor for doing this. There's one. Two. Three. And 4. Alright. Now we should get peds if everything has been computed correctly. Four peds may be a little bit much for this team to take, but we'll give it a try. These things are worth lots of experience, but are also very, very dangerous for our team right now. Even with really good armor, they still hit pretty hard. There's 1 ped down. 3 left to go. That's right, hit Neep a bit. Even that damage out. No, not Julie. Oh, there goes 1 thief. Yeah, I think 4 peds may be a little bit unreasonable for our current levels. Be so good though. 16 more rounds of dodges. We will totally have this. Our bigger problem is that we're not getting much in the way of critical hits or even big rolls on our damage. Yeah, I'm gonna say they're not finishing that. Alright, so we didn't get the peds. Try and get the trolls. That is also gonna be a lot of damage, but maybe more practical. Believe in the protective buckler. 2 defense. Turns out does not make a big difference. You will still be murdered by peds. Starting with a painful miss there. We'll see if that extra hit is what dooms Julie. Ah, down by 4 hit points. The rest of the team celebrates their stolen share of the experience. Gloves and caps, yeah. So you get 2 for the buckler, 1 for the gloves, 1 for the cap, and 15 for the silver bracelet. That's the best you can get for defense right now. Until you've got access to ordeals. There's a gold bracelet there. Or the airship, where you can get gold bracelets and pro rings. There's not much the thieves have for options. How are we doing for levels? So right now, you 3 are coming up on level 12. Gonna be about 5,000 experience level at this point. That's like, for those bigger fights, like 12 or 13 of those. Which is certainly better than we were doing earlier. But probably doesn't let me push past level 14 or 15, even with unreasonable amounts of grinding. So that'll be my rough goal is level 14. And give Lich a try at that point. Yeah, 2 peds is a much better fight here. We could probably take 3 peds. If we were feeling particularly saucy. I'm actually looking at the Thieves level ups. 13 and 15 are where they get the strong level ups, so maybe 13 we get to. Which is slightly more than 1 level right now for most of the team. And then try Lich then. If we don't get him at 13, then it's unlikely 14 does much better. And you have to go to 15 to see any real improvement. Every strong level you get about 30 or so hit points, which right now is like a 15% bump. That's pretty decent sized. The other conceivable option we could do is see if you can do Peninsula Power here. If you get like a smaller group of 1 or 2 zombies. But I think the downsides are that you wouldn't be able to resurrect or use the inn, so you'd have to be much more reliant on carrying up cabins and heal potions, and probably have to restock those quite frequently. To get all perfect level ups, I'm pretty sure it's impossible, like even for solo characters. Because the RNG has a limited number of states it can be in, you cannot get perfect level ups every level. There are some level ups where the combinations of stat ups and HP gains simply cannot happen. And it only gets worse as a problem as your character count increases. It's like for a 4-character party, you can at best do like 1, maybe 2 characters decently. And the other one's just gonna have to get whatever. Which Dan is gonna be getting level 12 here. I think that's everyone at 12. Nope, Julie's still 11. One more person to 12. Okay, level 13 is where we're gonna try Lich at. So once Julie hits it, we'll have 1 level to go. Any regular monsters not from Dungeons and Dragons. I'm sure there are things that were not stolen from Dungeons and Dragons, but stolen from other games instead. But pretty much everything that you think of as a regular Final Fantasy monster probably had a Dungeons and Dragons influence at one point or another. Chris Melmont stolen from the deep circles of hell. Warwick was probably original. There's not a lot of, especially at the time, Dungeons and Dragons themed, robots and sci-fi type creatures. Not to say they didn't get it from elsewhere. Like Dungeons and Dragons stole things from like Lovecraft and swords and sorcery type sources. So it's not that they weren't floating around. But you can't specifically tie it to a specific encounter in Dungeons and Dragons. So I will give that credit. Surprised the channel points are not Dan's. I want the channel points to work. That's kind of an important part of the feature. Hey, we'll welcome in. Vanilla 4 Thieves, that is correct. Playing on a regular old Final Fantasy cartridge, on a regular old Nintendo. With some very irregular thieves. Right now trying to see if we can get a little bit stronger to be able to easily take on Lich. I think level 13 should be good enough. Don't remember what I did the last time I fought him. Probably died a lot. Let's see how Julie's doing. Get about 5,000 experience for 13. Julie's the least experienced in the party. So if we can get Julie there, then we know the rest of them are done. How about a safety level? There's really no difference between 13 and 14 is the problem. You get strong levels at 13 and 15. So in between, you're getting maybe 2 or 3 hit points. It's going to be very insignificant. You might get an additional damage point. But if you don't have enough to do 400 damage, you're probably not going to get pushed over the top by that 1 extra level up. So I think our best strategy is to see what happens at 13. And it might be that you could actually done them earlier. And these levels were unnecessary. But I definitely feel a lot better. Like, getting 11 pushed us over 200 health for the first time. And that's pretty significant for, you know, being able to survive Ice 2 and also take a little bit of extra damage on top of that. With one more strong level, we might be able to survive Ice 2 and also Fire 2. Plus these levels are way faster than doing the Ogre grind. It is so much better post-Astos with this party. I guess one thing I should look at is to see, with these better weapons, where does the next multiplier fall for attacks per round? And I'm pretty sure it's like level 18 or so. So you have to go really, really far to get to it. But it would be a useful data point to have the number. Level 22! With whatever weapon the Deep has. So that's not happening. I am very confident we did well past class change by level 22 in the past times that I've done this. Yeah, the Thieves' hit percent growth is really, really slow. They get 2% per level. And since you need 32% per additional attack, that's 16 levels in between each additional attack. By getting better weapons, you'll slightly speed that up, but as we've sadly pointed out for the Thieves, they have no better weapons until the Masmune. So that was it in terms of their upgrades. Masmunes. We might need some to throw. Probably should have an additional 8 just in case. This playthrough I'll probably do with class change well. I've done it no class change in the past, and it's like an additional 4 or 5 hours in comparison to the no class change, or no class change versus class change. Just because Temple of Fiends is so much nastier. So you can't really speed through the second half of the Fiends, and all of the preparation for Temple of Fiends takes a lot longer. One of the things I'm doing is, this is part of several activities we have in between Final Fantasy Season 10 and Season 11. So this will be about 3.5 sessions to do our 4 Thieves. We're still going to be doing our Final Fantasy VII casual playthrough tomorrow for the second half of the stream, and we'll do virtual highlight on Halloween. Because what is scarier than virtual highlight straight to your living rooms? We're getting class changed. That is the plan, Simply Jeff. And yes, we'll do probably half the stream tomorrow, not listening, doing Four Thieves, and then the second half will be Final Fantasy VII. So I'll probably do like 2.5, maybe 3 hours tomorrow of Four Thieves. And then we'll jump back into Disc 2, where we had finally gotten the airship. We may have tragically lost Dan, but we got something far, far better in return. That is a lot of beads. Hopefully we don't lose our P battle here. We got another one after this. But I really want to pick these up because they give you very good expedience. Even though the gold is terrible, we don't need gold at all for this team. But we kinda, Dan, need you to make contact with them. One P down, but we're in terrible shape. This one's looking sketchy unless we get this P very quickly. Dan doing 11 damage. Excellent. He deserved that punch in the face. Alright, one thief down. That's inconvenient. I don't think we're gonna get him. It was a good effort. Let's try again. 2 peeds we can definitely do. 4 peeds I think we have failed a couple times. 3 peeds may be the sweet spot. So, let's see how they do. That would be really nice if we could actually retire fights like this instead of it just being coincidental that we had peeds back to back. They're a fairly uncommon encounter in this part of the world. They're one of the rare Croson Lake area monsters. So you don't get a lot of these relative to the other battles. Ooh, serve! You are a survivor, but can you make it through 2 peeds with 1 hit point? Two peeds down, 1 peeds left. Server doing it. Will we get the turnover that we need? Keep everybody alive is nice, but if we got unbalanced experience, it wouldn't be a big deal. There we go. Nice peed fight. Level 13 on Neep. The rest of the team is going to be basically an Astos back, so they will have a little while before they finish their levels off. We'll see if we can grab them the next couple fights. We've got Giant Troll coming up. And you can see the big difference in hit points from that level up. Again, we don't get another one of those on level 14, so you get this and then it's 2 levels if you want another 30 hit points. So it feels like this is going to be the sweet spot for giving Astus, or giving Lich a try. Giving Astus a try would be painful if you were still grinding out those ogres. Solo Thief, you'd be doing it. Solo Thief, you'd be grinding out ogres like another 4 hours. And that's if you were lucky. Hey, Dan is my biggest damage dealer, mostly to our own team. But nevertheless, in terms of raw quantity, he's doing pretty good. So if he needs to 2 or 3 shot Astus, it's the same strategy as what we had, which is you're looking for about 6 critical hits. It's just you've got far fewer tries at getting them. Because we had 8 attempts per round. And you're probably doing 3, at best 4, with your Solo Thief. So you need to get through twice as many rounds, which is pretty unlikely. Or you need to have twice the critical frequency, which is also pretty unlikely, in order to be able to successfully do it. Agamas with this party. Agamas would actually not be a bad fight because they don't actually hit that hard, and heat, while annoying, because it spreads damage very evenly, is something that you could survive pretty well. I don't know how much damage these thieves would do. Like, could you manage to scratch an Agama? Probably not with a silver knife. But by the time that you actually leveled up to the point where you can make it to the volcano, you could probably kill an Agama. May not be a great experience, but you could do it. A lot of money. We don't have anything to spend it on. I'll buy a couple of soft potions and a lot of cabins, but that is really about it in terms of what these thieves need. $9.21. Alright, so we're a small handful of fights away. So probably the last Cobra Scorpion we have to deal with here. And on to the good stuff. Trollpede, Troll. By that point, you better have your level up done. Alright, T-Bow, have a good night. Good luck on the illusion of Gaia work. And pleasant dreams. Yeah, we have the best weapon that we will get until the Masmune, and the best armor until we can get the airship. It is not good for thieves. Once you get the airship though, it's plus 16 defense for everybody, which is basically doubling their current defensive score. Just still not very good, but better. Alright, so everyone, Dan have hit 13. Julie needs 1 or 2 more battles. Will it be our Lucky Pete fight? Three in a first strike, maybe. Actually, this one's probably pretty solid. We've done reasonably well at 3 P's in the past. And first strike means that we get the first one down without getting as much damage. There's one down. 2 P's to go. I can maybe say that 4 P's in a first strike would be doable. I wouldn't push it though. Just that it could potentially be done. One more round. And Julie will have the last of our level 13s. Time for shopping. Again, if this doesn't work, then level 15 is what we need to try next. That's a pretty decent amount of grinding here, so that's why I want to stop and give this attempt a reasonable chance at success. Pures, let's get 5 more of those. That's pretty much all the pures you'll need for the whole game. The amount of poisonous monsters falls off quite quickly, and then also you get more magic defense, which does help protect against touch attacks of all types. That's why even though nothing blocks the Sorcerer's Death Touch, it becomes a lot less dangerous for higher level parties. And part of the reason why the Sorcerer is just so terrifying for speedrunners is because you're at low levels, where it's going to be close to 100% effective. Alright, to the boats and to Elfland so I can get my soft potions. It's always bugged me that Crescent Lake doesn't sell soft potions. It's after Elfland where they're introduced. It's got room in its shop. There's only 4 items in the Crescent Lake shop, so it's not like they had to take something out because it was full. It'd be really convenient, especially in speedrunning, if Crescent Lake sold soft potions. Since dropping into Elfland after you kind of leave that area is really, really tough to fit in the steps for. Whereas you naturally go to Crescent Lake after Earth Cave, and you've got a bunch more cash there that you could use to buy softs. Here we go. Elfland, sight it. I'll grab the end just for fun. And let's pick up our items. There's 5 softs. I'll do 6, which should be way more than enough. And we'll have plenty more opportunities post-airship to restock those. We just need to have enough to get through Cockatrices in Earth Cave, and then potentially Medusas in Ordeals, depending on how you want to make your way through that place. I can probably do with the Zombles, even though it's a lot more time spent setting up the encounters. Medusas are a little bit on the sketchy side for pretty much any party, but especially when you don't have any way of killing them if you lose characters. We could throw Dan at them, that is true. I don't know if it would be effective, but it is an option. We will throw Dan down the hallway and run in the opposite direction as fast as possible. And if we're lucky, we will survive the process. Alright, my plan is going to be to do Earth Cave from the start of the encounter cycle. Which again, I think it gives me extra wizard, but that is fine. Wizard is better for me than Cockatrice or Spectergeist. Spectergeist because of the risk of stunlock, and Cockatrice because of the risk of petrification. Either of those ambush you, then it can be a bad fight. Pretty much, though, I'm expecting this to be all down to how Lich behaves. We want him to have some bad ice too at the start, and then hopefully take a really long time getting through his other spells. Lich has a couple disables, so like the hold spell is pretty annoying. And he goes into the second round of damage spells after 5 to 7 turns. So that's about how long we have to do 400 damage. It's a bit of a stretch. But everything about the 4 Thieves is pretty stretchy. Love the Earth Cave music. I think it's a pretty good tune. This game's got a lot of really good background songs. Some of them are not quite thematically appropriate. Like the Ice Cave is way too cheerful when you're being slaughtered, torn limb from limb, and the monsters are laughing in the process. But in general, the songs are pretty good. Like, I like the Sea Shrine theme, as well as Temple of Fiends Revisited, which is kind of a variation of the same song. And they end up picking up a bunch of these songs for later Final Fantasy games. There's a callback to like Gurgi Volcano and Matoya's Cave in Final Fantasy 9 and a few of the other games in the series. There's the mummy fight. looking at the 4th floor, and it's got a whole bunch of cockatrices coming up. This means we have to delay here and take images instead temporarily. Or we can plow through and hope for the best. Probably should take the images. Given the choice. Suddenly regretting the choice. Servo is having some problems here. If you lose anybody before Lich, I don't think we want to keep going with the attempt. Start the dungeon from the beginning again. Good dodge right there. Alright, can we do 2 wizards? It is gonna be close. We're gonna need a good turn order for this last hit. Does anybody go before the wizard? Nope! What a jerk. Alright. Do that floor again. That was some really bad luck with the turn order there. We had an 80% chance. It's actually slightly worse than 80% because it biases towards the monsters, but close to an 80% chance of going first. And on top of that, a 50% chance of the wizard not even attacking serve. And on top of that, like a 30% chance of dodging. But no. They had to get fancy. A little bit. I can see we're having a warm bat relationship here. I don't know if that wizard fight makes me more or less enthusiastic about trying to do the cockatrices. It's like, do I want to do more delaying, or do I want to, take riskier battles? Two cockatrice fights on the next floor. If I don't delay there. I kind of thought the wizard fight was free, but clearly is not. That also adds a complication to it. Alright, let's see what actually is on that floor afterwards. Now I'm seeing it's looking like Spectre Geist versus Cockatrice for one of them. And those are about equally bad. That makes it not quite as clear-cut about whether to stay or go. I am leaning towards just making a break for it and not stopping on this floor at all. Turns the wizards into images. Turns the images into cockatrices. But it saves me a Spectre Geist. Let's go. That would have been the wizard fight upstairs. Here's the Cockatrice Patrol. Got 5 out of 6. That wasn't too bad. As long as we don't get ambushed. We do have a pretty good chance of running compared to most of the speedruns at this point of the game. Oh nice, 6 out of 6. And first try. Question is, can we slip past the wizards if we go without stopping? Answer yes. Okay, that's actually not too bad. Like, you barely have enough steps to avoid that wizard battle. But trading 2 cockatrices for 2 wizards and maybe a spectergeist on top, I definitely would take the cockatrices. Now that I see exactly how it plays out. At least for this team. I think if you actually had people that had armor, then wizards would be far preferable. And if you had a red mage that could do AoEs, then spectergeist wouldn't be bad. Well, they'd be bad, but less bad. And that right there is the first of the 4 fiends. We have Lich. Okay, Neep, you're up front. You're the least important person for offense. Let's go. Do we get pounded by Ice 2? Oh, most definitely. But can we hang on after that? That is going to be the question. 10 damage. Ooh. 11. There goes the Ice 2. Yep, pretty pounded. Nobody resisted that. 62, that was a good swing. 117, good round overall. If we get 4 rounds like that, we are in beautiful shape. We are probably not going to get 4 rounds like that, though. That round was 60. That round was 29. And Lich is charging through his spell list. We're only about halfway through him. And here comes the Lit 2. Okay, nobody died. So we do have a little bit of extra time, but we need some big hits here. That was a 60 round. Good resist. Didn't want to lose Julie for that turn. And a 46. Alright, what's the turn order like? Turn order is bad. It is like bad. Alright, try again. That was around 300 damage, which is not outrageously far off. I don't know if 2 more levels, the extra struggle up at 15, would let us survive that fire too. We got better luck on the ice too at the start. Maybe it wouldn't be as significant, but I think we have to do damage faster is going to be the big thing. Trying to survive Ice 2, Lit 2, and Fire 2 is a pretty hard combo. And we actually got decent luck on the moves. Yeah, we did sleep on the least important person. The hold didn't work successfully. So those 2 were as good as they're going to get. We didn't get any punching, though. That would save me a round, although it might cost me a person. Lich has got stun touch on his fist. And also, if he does enough damage, he'll push you with just the Ice 2 and Lit 2. Over your limit. Really want to get him tonight. Oh, the big thing is going to be our critical hits. I didn't see, I think other than the first round, any really big hits. Like, in theory, a great swing by one of our 3 sword users could break 100 damage. And we had a lot of rounds that were 50s or 60s, which 100 damage would have very significantly changed what your outcome looked like. Maybe not quite enough with how that first try went, but it would have made it very close. Go ahead, crack the plates. Let's go through. So this has no wizards, but it has 2 cockatrice fights. This one's got some ambushing images. Maximum quantity and worst possible start. But serve, no problem. Has everything under control. Okay, look at the floor. We got trolls really the only fight down here. Just make sure that we can't be as likely to be killed. Trolls are very sporadic monsters. They've got many attacks per round and a decent-ish critical hit rate. They're kind of like the tigers in that they sometimes are tame. And they will lure you into a false sense of security, and then they will just absolutely give you a pummeling. Right when you least suspect it. Alright, let's try number 2. Can we do better? Big thing is going to see him punch instead of using spells. Ooh, very high Ice 2 rolls. Julie's the only one that got a good roll. The other ones actually got very close to maximum, which may kill them just on the Lit 2. In round 1, 36 damage. Not good. One free turn, but 30 damage. We're not even a quarter of the way through. Dan losing his round. That's not the person we want to see get knocked out for a turn. Neep is kind of set up to be the sacrificial decoy. With the silver knife does less damage than all of the other characters. Well, we got 2 punches, but our damage output has just been so low that we are way behind pace here. So lucky with the punches. He's got a 25% chance of doing a physical attack, which is putting off those spells. That's the only thing keeping us even close to being alive right now. See if I can get a better success rate on the Lit 2 here, even if it costs me 1 turn. It was 7 damage that round. 7! Alright, 49, this has been better. 61. 63. Okay, here's the Lit 2. Everybody's still alive. Improbable, but Fire 2 is going to ruin them. So they need to move very quickly here. And hope that Julie can last an extra turn. Come on, Julie, big damage. From now on, it's just hope and pray. Here's the Fire 2. Julie's still up. Didn't get turn order on him. Close. Once again, it was close. If we had some better rounds for the earlier parts, that would have been more than enough turns to get things done. But we had very, very low damage. 3 or 4 rounds in. And we just couldn't get the rest of the way through before we got to experience his fist. Still paralyzed after being killed? Yeah, the paralysis check and the sleep check stack with death. So even after death or petrification, it'll still see if you're eligible to wake up or to snap out of paralysis. Doesn't do anything. So, you know, if you recover, you're still dead. But you'll notice that pretty frequently for anything that has stun touch or sleep. That other conditions don't overwrite it. They're all just like separate bits that are tracked. Do the other ones wait until 15? I kind of doubt it. I'm not sure if I remember doing that much grinding at the stretch in between Astos and Lich. And for a lot of these, the 30 hit points would not make a difference. Like, that's really the thing. Like, we're very, very close in terms of survival on these. And we're pretty close in terms of damage. And so more hit points doesn't let you survive like another Fire 2. Like, you're really not going to make those. And in terms of damage, like 2 levels is a couple points here and there, but it probably is not going to be the difference between doing a 30 round and a 130 round. I think that's going to come down to critical hit luck. Because every once in a while, you'll get a really good swing. And in theory, you need 4 of those. Or you need to have, 3 of those plus a couple of other smaller hits, or 2 of those plus a lot of other smaller hits. And our best so far has been 1. I think what I'll probably do is give it this try plus one more. That's about as late as I can go tonight for the stream. So we'll hopefully get it by then. And if not, I'll be able to decide tomorrow about what to do strategy-wise. I think this is the right strategy, though, going after Lich right now, rather than trying to grind up another 2 levels. Could be wrong, though. Like, at a minimum, we've got pretty good idea of what we do for the walkthrough here, which is helpful. I pretty much know what I want to do for formation and ordering. So if we have to level and come back, we can keep some of the progress that we made here for doing these attempts. Let's go. Try number 3. This time, we're serious. This is pretty serious too, but Servo actually resisted the ice too. That's their first resist out of 12. Good swing there by Dan. I'm gonna try and keep people out of the danger range for Lit 2. See if that helps at all. Yeah, losing server does not help. That was a really bad round. This one's gonna probably be pretty bad as well. Just doing a hard charge through his spells right now. We want him to take a couple rounds with physical attacks to try and buy us extra time. And each physical is about a 25% chance of happening. Alright, Dan just got knocked out. That's really bad. One of our 3 swords is gone. There's the fire too. Diddley didn't make it. Servo's got 4 hit points and a dream. Let's go. 2,000 damage, Servo. Nope. Demolished. Alright, last try. For tonight. And probably if this doesn't work out, I will do level 15 tomorrow. Because some of these are closer than I thought for the survivals, like just tossing a couple heal potions, which is the equivalent of having those 2 extra levels, is notably helping like 1 or 2 people to get into a better spot. So that may make more of a difference than I thought. There is no cure for Dan. There is only continued suffering. I think the second one was by far the best luck in the setup, but really didn't do much more damage than the first try because the first try actually had a reasonably good start to it, which is where we've been really stumbling. If we can get like the first 2 or 3 rounds to be, very solid, then you can kind of put up a strategy of like, do you want to go defensive and have extra swings, or do you want to try and speed through Lich, see if you can avoid having that Fire 2 happen? And strategy-wise, a lot's going to come down to, does he punch somebody, and if so, who? To keep him out of the fray. He leaves 2 100 damage rounds. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm looking for. I would like to have 3, but I think 2 would put us into pretty good shape. And again, we've had, at best, 1 100 damage round, which you can have a 100 damage swing if you get a really good hit by somebody. The Cockatrice ambush is very scary. Got 1 person down. At least it's the back person, so we actually don't lose much in terms of running. They hit your front 2 characters, you're pretty much boned at that point. Slot 3, you got a 50% chance of running. Slot 4, like a 10%. So it's like almost no difference with slot 4 getting petrified. Probably actually slightly worse than those numbers because we're only level 13 and not 15. Alright, final try tonight versus Lich. We will win, or we will try again tomorrow to beat him. Let's see. Is it enough? Opening with a 54. And Ice 2 low on Dan, it's great to see. We need damage here, lots and lots of damage. Need to sleep. Good person to have it on. But only 18 that round. Alright. Yeah, not a good second round. Which is tearing through his spells. $21, not looking like it's gonna happen. The neat punch, though. That does buy me a turn. Ooh, and there's a big hit. So that was 111 damage round. Give me more of those, please. Let 2 neeps down. Now we move into the big phase. Ooh, 60. Dan getting punched. That's not good for Dan, but the rest of the team gets another turn because of it. We may be in striking distance right now. And indeed, Lich, our first of the 4 fiends, has fallen. There we go. We got Lich down. Let's go ahead and save our game. That's where, for tonight,